Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should
Crawford.
own perhaps at least one half of this
Book
asset.
smart,
The
street
revenues
friendly.
generated because of it.
Coors Light philosopher.
And it's not, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States boosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
big
You saw
books
it.
I don't know
full
what it
of
was,
rain.
but the thing is
Talking a
that
plastic crowd.
if you
Street
ever
said,
go and
prove
you
it,
kind of
he
read
looked
these
back
people's
down, linking
biographies,
his head, fearing his shoes, library brave.
whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President.
Oh, I'm
You
Stanley
get MAGA
Cross, and my
blacks
life is
who
doomed.
will put,
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
and then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I know.
I'm Stanley, bitch.
Last 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization. They have waged war against civilization itself. Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now, again, the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have done things that others are unable to do. But it's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons that would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel" or both. They are the world's number one state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Well, welcome to Stanley versus the World, the pop-up show covering Operation Epstein Fury. Clarice, I'd seen that clip that you posted in the chat. I actually think I named a show about Trump appreciating irony. Dude, it is kind of sad. Though, funny enough, George Will and other neocon types are on board with what he did. Brett Stevens, another neocon, he's a opinion columnist for the New York Times. They're on board with this. I personally, I always kind of defer to the president because he's probably got access to intelligence that certainly I don't. But I don't know that this was absolutely necessary, but it's done now. What's up, V-Dub? So let's see. Went from an estimated 4 days to 4 weeks. Whenever IRGC actually mobilizes, we will skip 4 months and go straight to 4 years. I don't get the impression that this is going to take. I don't think this is going to be another Iraq. And Clarice, you certainly know this better than I do. Iran supposedly before 1979, Tehran was like an awesome place to live. I've heard nothing but good things about Iran before. Like hanging out, was a very secular society. And personally, I love Persian food. Like, dude, if they weren't so expensive, I'd go to Persian restaurants like exclusively. I've actually always wanted to visit Iran. The mountains that are, I think, that surround Tehran. I've always been kind of fascinated. There's some YouTube shows about these Iranian villages. There's two like really good looking Iranian women who do a cooking show. Actually, there are like 2 or 3 Iranian cooking shows with like gorgeous. I have a thing for Persian women. They are just when they're gorgeous, they're like otherworldly. So anyway, enough of that. Let us move on to I found this news report. I guess Capex is in the San Francisco area. Let's see what they got to say. And this is kind of long. It's a 44-minute thing, but let's watch it. Oops.
Right now on CBS News Bay Area, tensions rise in the Middle East. A massive attack launched by the U.S. and Israel kills Iran's supreme leader. Now Iran says they are vowing to fight back. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kelsey Thorid. We are learning that the U.S. military has confirmed at least 3 troops have been killed. The U.S. and Israel continue their airstrikes in Iran for a second day. At the same time, the Iranian government is vowing to retaliate further following the death of their supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, in an airstrike on Saturday. More explosions rocked Iran today, with the Israeli military saying it was targeting the heart of the city. This is footage posted by the Iran Red Crescent Society. The blasts appear to be centered in a neighborhood that is home to the country's police headquarters and state television. Reuters quotes an Israeli source as saying there is no change in military strategy. Protesters in Pakistan stormed the U.S. consulate in Karachi today, and at least 9 people were killed in clashes with police. At least 50 are hurt, with some now in critical condition, according to a local hospital. The protesters reportedly were Shiite Muslims who support the Iranian regime. Hundreds broke through security barricades, smashed windows, and torched a nearby police post. Authorities in Pakistan say they now have the situation under control and have stepped up security at U.S. diplomatic posts across the country. Iran's military struck back with missiles in retaliation against recent strikes. Israeli health officials say at least 8 people were killed in a strike in a neighborhood near Jerusalem. Nearly 30 people have been injured. Israeli military says they have intercepted most Iranian missiles, but are warning people not all are guaranteed to be stopped. Iran's retaliatory strikes are widening across the Gulf region, hitting Dubai in the UAE, Qatar, and now Oman for the first time. Iranian missiles and drones are hitting the region for a second straight day. In Dubai, strikes damaged the international airport and 2 upscale hotels. Also in Dubai, debris set fire to a berth at one of the world's busiest ports. 1 person died and at least 11 suffered injuries at airports in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. In Oman, 2 drones hit a commercial port, wounding 1 worker there. More now from reporter Christian Benavides.
The U.S. and Israel launched more strikes today on Iran after taking out the country's supreme leader, dictator Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and many of Iran's senior leaders. On Saturday, U.S. Central Command released video showing cruise missiles firing from an American warship and fighter jets taking off.
And this is all a precursor for follow-on strikes over the next, I would suggest, probably 2 weeks, where we go after the other targets that didn't need the surprise that the targeting of the Iranian leadership did.
Overnight, a cloud of smoke could be seen rising in Tehran, while this was the scene in Tel Aviv after a missile strike. On Sunday, tear gas was fired as protesters gathered outside the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, and several protesters were killed outside a U.S. consulate in Pakistan. There were also celebrations around the world, including in Los Angeles, the largest diaspora of Iranians in the U.S.
Every single people in Iran knew that the only way that this regime is going to go away is that to attack them.
And across the U.S., anti-war protests. Hundreds marched near the White House and in New York City.
We organized today because ultimately we recognize that the American people are overwhelmingly against these foreign acts of aggression.
President Trump warned Iran against more retaliatory strikes, writing, "We will hit them with a force that has never been seen before."
In Tehran, angry Iranians poured into the streets to mourn the death of the supreme leader. Crowds gathered in Revolution Square, even as the U.S. and Israeli assault continued elsewhere in Tehran. The number of people showing support for the regime reportedly numbered in the tens of thousands, although there is no precise estimate. Many chanted slogans like "Death to America" and "Death to Israel." Meantime, there is mixed reaction playing out here in the Bay Area. Some local Iranian Americans say they hope the military operation will lead to regime change. Da Lin was in Walnut Creek with their reaction.
They sing, dance, and celebrate the airstrikes. Yet these Iranian Americans understand the price of war because they once lived through, witnessed, and escaped from one.
I'm excited, nervous, anxious.
Nobody wants a war. But for Sahar Yakhma, she's come to believe a violent intervention is what Iran needs after previous failed uprisings.
We're getting like news that people are out there partying in the streets. I mean, I saw bombs flying and people dancing on the streets. And so this is us celebrating with them, and for the people who gave their lives.
Sahar was born in Iran and fled as a child. She always dreamed of going back when it's safe and it's a free country.
I want to take my children. They've never been. So I want them to see, their homeland or their mom's homeland. And I can't wait.
Many Iranian Americans don't see the airstrikes as an attack on the Iranian people. They see them as liberation, their best chance at permanent regime change.
Nobody wants their own country to be attacked. But a lot of people do not see this as invasion, as war, or as an attack. They see this as rescue. This is a rescue mission.
Dozens of Iranian Americans celebrated at downtown Walnut Creek Civic Park on Saturday afternoon.
I feel free from the prison that I've been since I was born, and I feel like people of Iran have been in this prison for 47 years.
The supreme leader is gone, and that we are very, very close to freedom of Iran. We want to have a secular democracy country.
While many Americans sympathize with Iranians, they also don't want the U.S. to act as the world's police or engage in another conflict.
People are really rallying today to say, stop the endless wars, no war in Iran.
Anti-war protesters rallied across the Bay Area, saying instead of spending millions of dollars on bombs, they want the U.S. to invest that money in education and feed the poor here at home.
Not another dickhole, not another dime.
We're seeing the U.S. really have its way and follow through on their imperialist schemes and throw our world into chaos.
But Sahar says freedom is never free, and sometimes it takes fire to fight fire.
Until you actually live in one of these dictatorship countries, you can't understand it. Americans are very privileged. They don't understand that sometimes war is necessary. It's a necessary evil because you can't reason with terrorists.
Iranian Americans will have a big rally and celebration in front of San Francisco's Ferry Building at noon on Sunday. They say only time will tell if this will lead to the regime change they waited decades for.
Congress is divided over this attack as well. Republicans are mostly in favor of it, while Democrats say Congress should have been consulted. John Ramos has reaction from California's political leaders.
Now, before I want to address that specific comment, apparently this gang of 8, they're like 4 Republicans, 4 senior 4 in the Republican leadership and 4 in the Democratic minority leadership. Apparently they were consulted. And I can't remember whether it's across both houses. I don't think it's exclusively Senate. I think it's a mix. But I mean, I know what they mean, the full Congress, but it's not like the gang of 8 wasn't consulted.
U.S. warplanes delivered a lethal message to Iran from President Trump about their unwillingness to drop their nuclear arms program. But along with it, he also expressed a message to the Iranian people about overthrowing the current regime.
The hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
But for generations in this country, there has been a debate about how much power one man should have to conduct war. South Bay Congressman Sam Liccardo says Congress was never notified about the president's plan to attack.
This president has a moral and constitutional obligation to tell the American people what is the objective of this war. And he has failed to really explain that in a meaningful way that really jives with what we know about history in efforts to enact regime change.
There have certainly been times in this nation's history when presidents sought power to make unilateral military decisions. That persisted until Vietnam, when Congress enacted the War Powers Act, requiring the president to get approval before conducting extensive military operations.
This is a president who ran on a pledge to avoid forever wars, to not engage in reckless military interventions abroad. And we are seeing engagements, invasions of Venezuela, of Iran, threatened invasions of allies like Denmark and Greenland. This is completely out of control.
But in San Rafael, Colonel Brendan Kearney disagrees. He retired from the Marine Corps after serving as chief of staff in Europe. He says President Trump may be bombastic at times, but at least he does what he says he will do. And that is important in dealing with adversaries around the world.
I spent half my career around the world, most of it in Asia. And quite frankly, I would rather be feared and respected than loved.
Do you see fear and respect as the same thing?
Yes, I do. I do. I'd rather if they fear us and they respect us and we don't have to do these type of things, then we're successful.
But is it legal under the Constitution? Professor Matt Coles says it may not be.
So the Constitution says that the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, which means he gets to direct the armed forces when the United States is deploying them. But it gives to Congress the power to declare war. And he's calling it a war. And under those circumstances, I think he pretty clearly needs authorization from Congress, and he doesn't have it yet.
But here's where things get pretty murky. The Supreme Court has traditionally bowed out of the issue of military power.
Hold on one sec. I'm not sure. I think I hit a wrong key or something. There we go. Sorry about that, folks.
Leaving the Congress and the president to fight it out, usually in the court of public opinion, to decide who will hold the power.
I think Americans are not used to thinking of it this way, but constitutional law gets made by us as well as by the Supreme Court.
That may sound strange, but it appears the Constitution's only real power lies in the willingness of the public to enforce it.
No piece of paper will ever protect your liberty if the people don't care about it and the people they elect don't care about it.
Stay with us for continuing coverage on this conflict in the Middle East. We'll bring you the latest developments on air on our website, kpix.com, and streaming on the free CBS News app. Now let's get a check on our first alert forecast with meteorologist Zoe Mintz.
Let's see. Yeah, okay. This is a full newscast, so let's move on. Just so you know, this popped up into my news feeds. There is a security alert for the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. So apparently Hezbollah is agitated. So it says here, leave Lebanon now. U.S. citizens should not come to the U.S. Embassy until further notice. If you are in Lebanon, be prepared to shelter in place should the situation deteriorate. Have a contingency plan for emergencies and review the traveler's checklist. Enroll in the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program. As advised in the Lebanon Travel Advisory, U.S. citizens should avoid travel to Lebanon. So, Hezbollah is probably making noise. So this is going to be a little bit of a blast from the past. This is Petraeus. They brought him back out of mothballs.
Allow us to use their bases in a number of
Uh-oh.
cases. Now they're into it. They've been attacked in not just our bases, but civilian areas as well.
Now that Iran's supreme leader is gone, the question on everyone's mind, both in the Middle East and here in the U.S., is what comes next. Here with me now is retired U.S. Army General David Petraeus and former presidential special envoy Brett McGurk. It's an honor to have you both here. We are at the wall because I think it will really help people understand what we have seen and what we're going to see next. And I'll start with you, General Petraeus, in terms of the strike targets inside Iran. What were U.S. forces able and Israeli forces able to get, and what do you think they're going for next?
Well, of course, this is a massive operation. There were hundreds of Israeli aircraft, hundreds of American aircraft, hundreds of cruise missiles coming out of ships, submarines, and so forth. And the focus, the Israelis, it appears, was largely on the regime leaders. And of course, they had extraordinary success in taking out the supreme leader and a number of the other most important figures in the regime. Really quite stunning. In fact, it's particularly stunning that the arrogance of the Iranians, that they all gathered together for meetings, presuming that we didn't attack in the early morning hours like we normally do. And therefore, they had a period of daylight during which they could come together and talk. The U.S., meanwhile, was going largely after the air and ballistic missile defenses that are left in Iran, and then the missile and other retaliatory capabilities. And again, keep in mind that there were hundreds of targets by each of the Israeli and U.S. forces. So a really extraordinary amount of ordnance being dropped and going in as cruise missiles as well. And it appears to have been very, very devastating in a lot of ways, but still always an ability to retaliate with both the longer range that could reach Israel and then the shorter range, of which they have a substantial number that can reach across the Gulf.
Yeah, I mean, and we're seeing that happen. We just were reporting on devastation in Beersheba, which is outside of Jerusalem. That's a pretty big target. And what does that tell you about what is still left in the Iranian arsenal?
Sure, we should understand that even in the 12-day war, with all of the ballistic missile and air defenses that we assembled, and they're very considerable, and we've done it again now. It's not just the Patriots and the terminal high altitude air defense systems that are on the ground, but also all the ships have Patriot-like systems. There are planes flying to try to take out missiles and drones and so forth. So this is a very, very comprehensive effort, and it's all integrated with the host nations and with Israel, to be sure. But even then, 5 to 7% of the missiles got through during the 12-day war. And if they hit, unfortunately, as the one did that you reported on earlier, there can be a pretty big amount of devastation.
And then, Brett, what does it tell you about the fact that Iran is retaliating the way it is when it comes to who's actually in charge now?
It's a great question. You know, George Kennan, a great diplomat, said war once initiated has a momentum of its own. You don't know exactly where it's going to go. I think over Iran right now, very importantly, look, the United States and Israel has complete not just air superiority, but air dominance, and they're still targeting leaders. This is still going on. We're still doing waves of strikes. So whoever might step up into a leadership role is very vulnerable. The Iranians have announced they have a constitutional process. Remember, they've only had one secession in their entire history since 1979. So this is really an uncharted territory. They have a secession process under their constitution, a council of the president, the chief justice, and a cleric to be named. They say who's running the country now, but those people haven't been seen. Ali Larijani, who's a key advisor to the supreme leader for many decades, he's likely making some decisions. But what I'm seeing Iran do, they're firing off missiles. This was probably a pre-cooked plan for when they were attacked. It's unclear who is making strategic decisions, and they're making some mistakes, Dana. They're attacking civilian areas of the Gulf, and the Gulf states, the GCC states there, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, are uniting. And I would watch this over the coming days. Do they actually, their air forces are now engaged in defense. Do they actually join in some attacks into Iran in self-defense? I think that's a key question. That was not, I think, on my bingo card when this started. I think the Gulf wanted to stay out of it. They're being drawn in. So that's something to watch over the coming days.
A big mistake, I think, actually, Dana, because again, the Gulf states that they have been attacking the Gulf states. The Gulf states wanted to stay out of it, as Brett said. So they did not even allow us to use their bases in a number of cases. Now they're into it. They've been attacked, and not just our bases, but civilian areas as well. And so they're going to take place now with the defensive measures. As Brett mentioned, we have aircraft in the sky now. I'm sure they're being integrated by the Combined Air Operations Center. And if that continues, they're going to probably take further measures.
I want to talk about the chaos and instability in the region, obviously militarily, but also economically. I mean, if you see the Strait of Hormuz, which is right there, I mean, that's a key geographical location for a lot of these countries.
Well, 20% of global trade, 80% of Iran's oil, of course, goes to Asia and China. China has a big interest here. And I have just one geostrategic issue. Russia and China, very quiet here. And of course, they're very much strategic partners of Iran, very quiet. I think that's very telling. Yeah, we would expect when oil markets open, the price of oil is going to go up, I think, fairly significantly. We'll see. OPEC met today. They announced they're going to be increasing production. But look, think about escalation dominance in a conflict like this. If Iran makes moves in the Straits of Hormuz, as they're threatening, they targeted some tankers today. U.S. Air Forces have escalation dominance here. We can target Iran wherever we want. So Iran has to be calculating that. To the extent Iranian leaders are even thinking strategically, they seem to be just firing off their missiles without a strategic plan. And that shows real disarray in their chain of command.
Yeah, maybe a result of all the leaders taken out. They're just acting on decision that they were authorized before. But again, 20% of the world's crude oil and 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas come right through the strait. There's already a report that the traffic is down by some 50 to 70%. And then, as Brett mentioned, there was a ship attacked right in here. And that's going to, Maersk has announced that they're stopping going through here and also through the strait that the Houthis have disrupted in the past. They're, of course, an Iranian surrogate as well. So we'll see an effect, but it likely will be a short-term effect. It will not be enduring unless there's some really significant escalation, say mining of the Strait of Hormuz that for some reason requires longer than normal to clear.
Joining us now to discuss is CNN Global Affairs analyst Kimberly Dozier and CNN military analyst Cedric Leighton. Cedric, I want to go to you first on this news we got from Nick Robertson that Saudi Arabia is now authorized to get involved in this conflict. I mean, things seem to really be escalating here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Pamela. And good morning to you again. There is, a real relationship here that is very intricate, between the Saudis on the one hand and the other countries that they're dealing with, and especially Iran. On one, sometimes you have the Iranians and the Saudis reach a rapprochement. That rapprochement is definitely over at this particular point in time. There are reports that MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, had actually secretly agreed to let this operation go forward without using Saudi airspace. But even without using Saudi airspace, Iran is still getting the Saudis involved, attacking Saudi facilities, attacking Gulf state facilities of countries like Qatar and Bahrain and the UAE. Yeah. And that is something that is really angering the Saudis and their Gulf Cooperation Council partners, which those other countries are part of. So this is definitely a point in which things are escalating, and it is very clear that the Saudis are not happy with what Iran is doing.
Kim, help us understand why Iran is attacking the Gulf states. Because one might think doing that would further isolate themselves and it could backfire. I mean, it's going beyond just the military bases in those countries.
Yeah, this was something that Gulf leaders had warned of in the run-up to any potential military action. They have a number of U.S. targets in them, both the U.S. bases, but also U.S. commercial interests. And the fact of the matter is that Gulf countries have tried to walk this narrow line of being Iran's ally, or at least a partner to Iran on one side and trading with them, and also allowing these very large U.S. military bases to operate in their territory. So they always knew they were going to be in the firing line. One of the other things that's happened because of this ongoing warfare and targeting of some of the ports is that container ships and oil tankers have basically dropped anchor, and there are hundreds frozen at various points along the Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, waiting for some of this to die down. If one of those would somehow get struck by collateral fire, it's dangerous environmentally. It's eventually going to affect global oil prices. Now, we've heard that oil producers are going to increase the amount of oil on the market for a short period of time in response to the warfare, but soon Americans and others could be feeling the results of this war in their pocketbook. Could take a few weeks, but this is not done yet in terms of the targets being struck.
All right. Well, Trump is the best president since Ronald Reagan. Jesus Christ, what is wrong with you people? So he's a great president for I don't know. You'd have to be more specific about that point. But anyway, this is agenda free. We'll listen to this for a little while. I actually had I have Francis Fukuyama and Yasha Monk talking about it. Maybe we'll listen to a little bit of it before I move on. There were a couple videos I didn't get to yesterday during the Black Historian Day that I'm probably going to show. So it won't be a super long show because believe this or not, I had a somewhere between a lamb shank and an actual leg of lamb. I just decided to make lamb like a lamb curry. There was this Pakistani restaurant I used to go to when I worked in Chantilly, Virginia. And man, their lamb curry was just to die for. And I just, with that in mind, I happen to have a like this some stuff I bought from Amazon like probably 3 or 4, maybe even 5 years ago, but it's been sealed. It was like a mutton curry spice blend. So, I dug that out and I had that leg of lamb that I bought probably a couple months ago and chopped up some vegetables and an onion, garlic, all that standard stuff. Put broccoli, squash, apples. I had some leftover apples and broccoli. Let's see, what else is in there? Carrots. So I'm going to make some couscous to go with it. And, that's going to be dinner. And by the way, it's Moroccan couscous. I also have a thing for Moroccan food. I fucking adore Moroccan food. I spent time, years, 30 years ago now, almost 40 probably. A couple deployments in the Middle East, in the Mediterranean. I love that the foodways in that particular area of the world. It is just I don't know why that stuff isn't more popular in the US. It's healthy and delicious. So anyway, I'll stop talking about all that bullshit. And we can get back to some actual interesting stuff. Is he actually silent? Because I can't hear. Yeah, sound is working.
Excuse me. I'm trying to get you some more information here, but a potentially very significant development, I would think, with these rockets from Lebanon. Hillel Bittin Rosen, Israeli reporter, says the defense establishment was not surprised by Hezbollah's attack and has been conducting a series of situation assessments and battle procedures recently. Therefore, and accordingly, the gates of hell will soon open upon Lebanon in an unprecedented manner. So reporter Hillel Bittin Rosen, who's with Channel 14, he thinks that Israel's going to launch strong strikes on Hezbollah. N12 News now says it appears 3 rockets were fired from Lebanon. 1 was intercepted. Ariel Oserin with I-24 News says, did Hezbollah just decide to join the war? Give me a moment here. Hang on a moment. Just hang on a moment.
Yeah, we'll watch this for a little bit, then maybe we'll watch some Yasha Monk and Francis Fukuyama. I actually, after we get done with this Operation Epstein Fury, I got a Georgia boy fishing thing that I might look at, because shit,
Will we see
probably
new
going to be
strikes
warm
by
enough in a
Israel
couple weeks
against
to
Hezbollah in
start that
Lebanon?
crappie fishing. There'll be, this crappie or bluegill
Some people are
will be
mentioning a jet
on their beds.
Yeah, there was a jet that had taken off from Cyprus that was, roughly speaking, going towards Lebanon. I don't know that it was going to do anything in Lebanon, but it's not on the screen anymore on Flight Radar 24. GLZ Radio, which is Israeli military radio, their reporters report that Hezbollah fired and joined the campaign.
Oh shit!
So a lot of Israeli media is saying this was Hezbollah.
Haifa. Oh boy, I spent like a week in Haifa. Dude, I still
I'm just seeing here
Haifa's on
now.
my bucket list
Faytux
too.
Network says, OSINT Technical posted about this too. OSINT Technical said Cyprus air traffic control talking to the Mediterranean
Hey, Clarence,
moments ago.
that's pretty fucking funny. I might have to use that as a show title.
Maybe this is the rockets? I don't know. So, Cyprus air traffic control talking to an aircraft over the Mediterranean moments ago. Akrotiri military base said there are a lot of missiles between Cyprus and Beirut. I don't know if I don't know if that's because of the rocket alerts. So Beirut is in Lebanon. So I don't know, when they say there's a lot of missiles Are they just referring to the fact that a few minutes ago there were actually rockets fired from Lebanon towards Israel? So I don't know that. I wouldn't assume that that definitely means there are missiles flying from Cyprus, from Beirut to Cyprus. Given that there was just a missile alert or just a rocket alert, and rockets were just fired from Lebanon towards Israel. So it's certainly interesting, but I'm going to assume it's more likely that that refers to the. Oh, also, not just the rockets, but there would be interceptors fired, right? There'd be interceptors in the air possibly over Lebanon as well. So thanks for mentioning that, but at the same time, I'm gonna hold off on drawing major conclusions. CNN's Zachary Cohen reports, U.S. officials are prepared for potential suicide attacks in addition to more retaliatory missile strikes targeting American facilities and personnel abroad in response to military operation in Iran. Source tells me most concerns are around Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and Qatar. Attackers could also...
Guys, I'm not talking about the people who are recording going, wow. Just look at the city's response, like the people in the background.
All right, John, I've never heard of her. But,
right after the explosion,
check her out.
Oh my God. Did you hear that? Did you hear the joy? This is an entire city cheering the explosion sound. Guys, send this to all the people who said the American people don't want, the Iranian people don't want this. Send this to all the people. This is an entire city cheering with the sound of the explosions. Look at this. Yeah, guys, Potipto is saying that every explosion sounds like what you expect from a...
John, do you speak Farsi? Because I sure as shit don't.
Like hockey or soccer or whatever, and your team scores, then you can see the entire city going like yeah and cheering. This is the same type of reaction that we're getting from these explosions. The guy is saying bah 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 benazam, which means like yes, like yes, loving it like that.
Well, closed captioning is off.
She's like so excited. She's like, oh my god, they hit over there. Oh my god, guys, you see how the explosions, how many they are? There's so many. Like there's one after the other after the other. Oh, they're like, oh my god, what is over there? The lady is saying maybe it was air defense.
Oh,
like, where are the planes?
okay.
The planes over there on that side, from way up there. They're hitting from way up there.
I think he's speaking English. He's not being translated.
It's like, guys, look, they hit over there. Okay, I'm not going to translate the rest. You guys get it. I just want you to appreciate the video. I'm not going to translate the rest.
That's pretty funny.
سمت شرق و غرب و جنوب و
Okay, I need to translate this part. So the lady is saying, Babak, your dreams are coming true.
دوباره زد دوباره اونجا رو زد دوباره دیدی گفتم نه چنده یه بار میاد میزنه دوباره زد
صدای کل زدن شنیدی؟
So people are doing, what is it in English? They're going like, which is celebration. I don't know how to say kel zadan. Guys, don't just listen to the camera. The people here on this rooftop. You see the entire city. You see. Let me know in the chat. Are you hearing the other people from the other buildings cheering as well?
They are literally bomb rating.
Yeah.
دوباره زد این خوب اون سمت شرقه پدافند اینا.
Oh, look! You see, these are padafan. These are, you see these things going up in the air. That's supposed to be air defense. That's not gonna. By the way, guys, that's not gonna hit any of the Israeli planes. My God, that was such a powerful. That was such a powerful video. Thank you for sharing that. So I have an Instagram video. I don't want to share like Instagram. I hate Instagram because you can't start from the beginning. Can you post it on X? Post it on X.
باشه.
You send me the X video. Yeah.
بعدی رو پلی کنم اون رو X میکنم.
Okay, let's see this one.
All right, well, let's watch a little bit of this Francis Fukuyama thing.
Saturday, February 28th at a little bit after
John,
5
do you
p.m.
recommend going back to it?
And we
tell me, should we go back to it or should we watch this? I mean, I don't have a problem watching. It's just a little slow. And I've already seen this Francis Fukuyama thing from earlier today. It's a little dry, but there's a couple good points in there. Okay. Well, I still have it up. I just have it muted.
We woke up to the news, or I at least woke up to the news, that the United States and Israel have started extensive strikes on Iran. Frank kindly agreed to join us for Substack Live on this. We will also be releasing this as an episode of The Good Fight relatively soon. So let's do that. I guess I'm gonna, welcome this as a podcast, and then we'll see about the rest. Francis Fukuyama, welcome to the podcast.
Thanks very much, Joshua.
So, Frank, there is something remarkable about the fact that, the president in recent memory who has been, most adamant that he wanted to be, not his terms, but basically an isolationist, that he thought that the American empire was overextended, that George W. Bush, his own predecessor as a Republican president, had chosen these disastrous wars of choice. And now it's Donald Trump that is engaged in a war of choice in Iran. And at least according to Donald Trump and some Israeli sources, as we're recording, it appears to be the case that they've managed to kill in the first hours of this attack the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini. What do you make of this situation?
Well, I guess an initial thing to say is that I don't believe almost any of the information I'm seeing, especially on social media, because I've seen a lot of assertion. Now, I assume that if Trump himself announces that Khamenei has been killed, that's probably true. There are also a lot of videos of, missiles hitting American air bases, of ordinary Iranians rioting and calling for the end of the regime. I don't know how many of those are true. So it's, basically very hard to sort out what's empirical at this point and what isn't.
So that's right, and I think we need to be careful exactly in how we frame things. It is clearly a massive attack on Iran.
Yeah.
I developed a kind of mini theory of how Trump wants to operate in foreign policy. It's less of a doctrine and more of a playbook. It seemed to fit the initial attacks on Iran last June. It seemed to fit the attack on Venezuela, in which he favored, massive attacks that would move very quickly, and basically by the time that people woke up, they would already be over. This seems to be quite different from that. I mean, this does not appear, as we're recording this, to be a conflict that's going to be over in 24, 48 hours.
Well, so I think this is the case with all of these decapitation attacks. I actually had a former colleague at RAND, Steve Hosmer, who is a very wise political analyst, who actually did a study of decapitation attacks, going all the way back, to World War II, and the conclusion from looking at these other cases is that they're very unpredictable, and they almost always don't achieve the political end that has been sought. Now, I think that the problem here is that, unlike the snatching of Maduro or the attack on the Ferdo enrichment facility, this is going to lead to a lot of internal instability. I think this is generally true if you take out the senior leadership. You still have very well organized and very well armed, IRGC and Pastrana or Basij that, have a real interest in the outcome of this because their lives are on the line. And I think that what you're going to get is a lot of internal conflict. You could get conflict within the regime as different, parts of the regime seek to assert dominance over the whole thing, and then between the population and the regime. And that is going to be extremely difficult to control. I think that unlike the Ferdo attack, this is not something that can be done on a single strike. And they're going to have to continue to try to influence things from the air. We have a lot of experience with strategic bombing and the political effects of strategic bombing. I mean, there have been many, many books, looking at the effectiveness of this. And again, just as in this case of the study that I was mentioning of decapitation attacks, you essentially set up this extremely chaotic, aftermath, where if you're not willing to put forces on the ground, you really cannot control things. And that means that you're right that this is not going to be a one and done situation. There's going to have to be follow-up attacks, and this is a conflict that is likely to continue for some time.
So you're very knowledgeable about a great number of countries under different circumstances. What do we know about the circumstances under which regimes fall and the circumstances under which they persist? It's quite clear that the Islamic Republic has some loyalists and some hardliners, but it also appears to be clear that there's very deep discontent in the Iranian population. We saw that with the courageous protests at the end of December and the beginning of January. It took extraordinary force and extraordinary brutality to end those protests. There's a revolutionary guard that wants to preserve its own political power and its own economic might, because they are very involved in every aspect of the economy. I think it's hard to know to what extent they are at this point committed to the theocratic nature of the regime, as opposed to just wanting to preserve, some form of quasi-military rule. What would it take, you think, to destabilize this regime, and how big of a difference does it make whether the reports that we're hearing, including claims by the President of the United States himself, that Ayatollah Khomeini is dead, is that going to make a huge difference to the likely future of this regime in the next weeks, or is it unclear that it would actually make a giant difference?
Well, I think it's already been destabilized. I mean, that's happened already. Unlike the case of Venezuela, where capturing one individual, Nicolas Maduro, left intact a power structure that then faced very different incentives on how it was going to act. I think in this case, it's a much more complicated system. You have extremely well entrenched groups. It's not just the IRGC; it's also the Basij, this other big militia that's spread all over the country. They don't represent anything like the greater part of the population, but they've also been, pretty self-disciplined in suppressing any threats to the population. Now that the senior leadership is out of the way, you've got multiple questions. Will they continue to suppress dissent? I've seen videos just in the last couple of hours of people protesting in the streets in different Iranian cities. Will they continue to want to shoot people in that situation? Will they turn their guns on one another? I think the only thing you can really predict at this point is that it's going to be very chaotic, and there's going to be, I think, a lot of follow-up violence.
So I think I had a moment of instability in my internet. Hopefully you can hear me okay. What is the broader regional situation? It's interesting that during the strikes in June, it took Iran a relatively long time to retaliate, and the retaliation seemed surprisingly circumspect. They hit one military base the United States has in the region. They had some relatively minor strikes on Israel, and it was clearly calculated to de-escalate to some extent. This time around, the response from Iran came much faster, within about 2 hours. It hit a number of countries in the region that had actually apparently been trying to stay out of this conflict, including Saudi Arabia, giving them a strong reason to jump into the conflict. It doesn't so far look as though they've been able to do tremendous damage. It was relatively limited damage. What is that telling us about the future trajectory of this war, about Iran's ability to retaliate, and about whether this becomes a whole full-scale regional war involving Saudi Arabia and a bunch of other countries in the region?
That Iran is actually pretty weak at this point. I think they're trying to throw everything they've got at the United States and its regional allies, and I don't think it's actually going to do very much except for occasional damage to a hotel or an airbase or something like that. So I think that the issue really is not a wider regional war. In any event, the major allies of Iran, Hezbollah and Hamas, have both been severely weakened, and so it's not as if they could start up, other conflicts in other parts of the Middle East. I think the main action is going to be inside Iran. It's going to be who survives, what kind of a leadership does the regime manage to retain, how do they deal with the population. I think it's possible that the scales have been shifted so much that the overthrow of the regime is entirely possible. If that happens, then you got a whole different set of big questions that arise. Is how do you actually create an alternative to this regime that's been around ever since 1979? But I think that the fear of a wider war and more countries getting sucked in is not what I would focus on at the moment.
I mean, does this basically mean that the United States can choose when to escalate and when to de-escalate? Do you think that the moment the United States feels that they've achieved their war objectives, they can get out of this? Or is Donald Trump now on the road to a quagmire that he may not be able to get out of, in the way that George W. Bush got sucked into a quagmire in Iraq and in Afghanistan?
Well, first of all, it's not clear what Donald Trump's objectives are. This is what a lot of people have been saying, is that he never explained either to the American people and may not have clearly in his own mind what he hopes to accomplish by this. If, his goal somehow is actually regime change that leads to a stable and, reasonably democratic outcome, then that's not going to happen, for a long time. And the United States is likely to get sucked into this much further. If it's possible that Trump if he actually has managed to kill off Khamenei, Ayatollah Khamenei, and the senior leadership, he may, say, okay, mission accomplished. That's what we wanted to do. Now it's up to the Iranian people to take over, and then just stop fighting at that point. At which point, Iran, the poor Iranians, are then left to slug it out in what could be a pretty messy and bloody civil war. But I really,
Oh wow! Wait,
given
hold it.
Trump's earlier,
I heard about that Pakistan thing. As a matter of fact, I think they covered it in that CBS News opening. That Capex news opening bit. 9 Americans or 9 Pakistanis. So Hezbollah's taking credit for the Cyprus attack. Why the fuck would what? Okay, help me out here, John or Clarice. What does Cyprus have to do with this? Help me out here.
proclivities, it seems to me very
Is
unlikely that
it a
he has
U.S.
the
air base?
intention of following through and actually producing a stable successor regime to the Islamic Republic. And even if he did have that intention, probably doesn't have the
I didn't know
capacity
there
to
was
do
a
that.
base
And
there.
so,
Interesting.
what you're looking at is the prospect of just presiding over a lot of instability that the United States and Israel caused, but
Why the fuck do they
not a
need a
terribly
base in
satisfying
Cyprus? It's
outcome,
Sigonella.
except in these very reduced expectations, as I suggested.
Well, what are the offerings for him for claiming victory? I mean, in last June, he claimed that the Iranian nuclear program had been completely decapitated. That runs slightly counter to the justification for this particular conflict and was contradicted by various intelligence assessments at the time. But it gave him a clean out, right? Overnight attack, a bunch of very impressive bombs. We've achieved our objective. Moving on. With Nicolas Maduro, there's obviously the spectacular capture of a dictator of Venezuela. Bringing him to Brooklyn, where he's sitting in jail, bringing him to a court in Manhattan. Again, it was very easy for him to say, operation was a success. We're cutting deals with a successor, even if that certainly doesn't fulfill the democratic aspirations of the Venezuelan people. Moving on. What's the success that he would claim in this case? Is it just that he's going to say tomorrow, well, we've killed Khamenei and the rest is up to the Iranian people? Is it that he, would wait for some kind of regime change? Is it that, what's the moment where he claims victory and, turns his attention to whatever is next on the Trump administration's agenda?
Well, unfortunately, I think that his view of what success would be is a completely political decision that has to do much more with American public opinion than any reality on the ground in Iran or in any other part of the Middle East. I think that in the first place, one of the big motives for this attack was to take the attention away from the fact that his administration is failing in many respects in terms of its domestic policy. It's funny, they were playing a clip when Obama was still president, Trump saying, well, this is what happens when a administration starts failing. They launch a war to distract people's attention. But, I'm afraid that this is part of what's going on here, that there's, a lot of negative things in terms of Americans, the way Americans think about his administration. And so that may have been part of the motive. And if that's the case, he's really looking at the polls in this country to see what mission accomplished means. And I think if there's a point at which he gets widespread support for having launched the attack, for having killed a few leaders, and that seems to be about it, he may well wash his hands of it, even though he has actually not accomplished the goal of real regime change. Regime change is really, really hard. I think there's one thing that Afghanistan and Iraq taught us: producing a stable political outcome that is consistent with American long-term security interests in that part of the world is really, really difficult. And I just don't think that he's going to be able to get there, but he may not need to if, the American people decide, well, okay, he did what he said he was going to do, in terms of the decapitation, and that's that.
Yeah, I mean, let's dream for a moment and go through some of the different scenarios from what might happen, if the current regime is in some meaningful way replaced. Obviously, the best case scenario would be that we get a genuinely democratic Iran, and that the aspirations of what does look like a very substantial portion of the Iranian people to having a reasonably secular democracy are fulfilled. And that would obviously have a potential to change the Middle East in a very significant, very positive way. I assume that the likelihood of that is small, in part because there's so many people in the military apparatus with a very strong vested interest in keeping control of power to some extent. But it's certainly something to hope for.
Well, that was true. That was true in Venezuela also. They had a very powerful military in the colectivos. These local militias. I think that the situation is very different in Iran. The main problem for any kind of democratic opposition in Iran is that it doesn't exist. It's not an organized force. The regime has been very good at jailing or killing anybody that seemed to arise. There was no Maria Corina Machado that had demonstrated her popularity and legitimacy in an election, just a year ago. In Venezuela, there's actually a big organized emigre community that has been supporting her and, could plausibly take over Venezuela at the right moment, sometime in the next few years. That kind of opposition really does not exist. Now, people have been fantasizing about Reza Pahlavi's son, coming back as a successor in the opposition is so fragmented that they basically have to unify around somebody, that they need some figure that can provide them a little bit of coherence and stability. And if it's the Shah's son, maybe that'll happen. But I think that compared to Venezuela, they got a much tougher road to hoe. The other thing is that the Chavez-Maduro regimes got started in the late 1990s, so they've had about 20 years to mess things up in terms of taking over the structure of the Venezuelan state. The Islamic Republic has been around since 1979, and they've actually created a, much more, I don't know, sophisticated isn't quite the right word, but they've been running the thing for a much longer time. And therefore, the ability of any kind of opposition group to simply take over, the governing of that place is going to be a much harder task than I think it potentially would be if you actually had a democratic restoration. Right. So I know that's just one scenario that you're trying to think through, but I agree with you. It's not very likely to happen. Certainly not in any short-term period.
Yeah, so perhaps what is more imaginable is that you get, some of the most powerful military leaders within the country saying, we're going to liberalize the regime in certain respects. We're going to move it towards a form that either is no longer theocratic or only ostensibly theocratic, and basically join a long list of military regimes in the region. I think that's a good test case on how much the ideology of a regime matters, right? If you have effectively some of the same generals in charge, but without the religious overtones, or at least the religious overtones significantly reduced, some of Iran's national security interests are going to remain the same as they were. Some of its historical enmities to countries like Saudi Arabia would remain the same. But the Iranian regime has also, had particular zeal in, arming proxies around the region, in sponsoring terrorist attacks. And I guess I'm sure that there's some realist IR scholar among the close to 1,000 people who are listening to us live, and among the many more who will listen to this as a podcast, who will try and explain why actually this is just a rational response for the Iranian regime. You just look at borders and arms and other objective factors, and that's what it should do. It does seem like non-realist scholars of international relations would be right to press on that and to say, no, it does seem like a lot of those choices are driven by ideology, and in this case by religious beliefs and convictions, more than just by the kind of objective self-interest of a regime. But how do we disentangle those things, right? Like, imagine you get a pretty hard-nosed military general who wants to keep his hands on power, wants to make sure that all of his, other generals and colonels and so on still get to run a lot of the Iranian economy, but don't want to give up their privileges. But they think, perhaps it's in our interest to ratchet down conflict in the region a little bit. Is that realistic? How much would change under such a scenario, do you think?
Well, I can't answer that. I have heard Iranian friends, that are in the democratic opposition assert that if this regime falls, Iran is going to become one of the most secular countries in the whole world, because they've had such a long experience living under this Islamic dictatorship that virtually everybody hates it. Therefore, they're going to go kind of to the other extreme of demonstrating, kind of anti-religious or anti-clerical, face. There obviously are still true believers in this, but I think it's interesting. There's been a general pattern where you have ideological regimes that start out ideological that gradually convert themselves into not just authoritarian regimes, but highly corrupt authoritarian regimes. So, people may not have been following this that closely, but I think that's basically happened in Cuba, right? Fidel Castro created a Marxist-Leninist dictatorship that was built around, an egalitarian Marxist ideology. I think at this point, what holds them together is not ideology at all. It's really self-interest. It's all of the, the drug smuggling and extortion and other things that they can do. The Maduro regime in Venezuela had already gone a long way down that path. And I think that I'm positive that something very similar to that has happened in Iran, where the main motive for a lot of the people in the IRGC and Basij is really, is not ideological at all. It really has to do with their economic interests and so forth. So the idealism that may have existed at one point, may well not exist anymore. So we'll have to see whether that's, the extent to which that's really true. I think the other thing is that the desire for revenge on the part of the population, I suspect, is going to be much more intense than it was in Venezuela. This is a subject for different podcasts. It's interesting the way that Delcy Rodriguez is actually kind of stabilizing things and actually doing things to stabilize the economy and to raise people's living standards sufficiently that I think she's actually been able to mute a lot of the anger and the desire for immediate, democratization that might otherwise exist. I think that these guys in Iran are going to have a much harder time dealing. Even if you had a pragmatic, military guy that wanted to liberalize and restore relations with the United States and so forth, I think it's just going to be harder for them to do that. But, what do I know?
And obviously, the Venezuelan regime has been extremely brutal and extremely corrupt. But the absolute brutality visited upon the protesters in Iran in January, was rare even by the standards of these kinds of autocratic regimes. And we don't have exact numbers because of how repressive the regime is. But the number of protesters who appear to have been killed there over the last 2 months is extraordinary, and that
they're talking about tens of thousands of people killed just in a single month, and bad as Maduro was, it didn't get to that point. So I think the kind of pent up anger. The other thing is that the Iranian economy has been in collapse really for some time, and inflation has been out of control. Nobody has any savings. There's really not a middle class anymore that has any kind of property that they need. So I think they're much, much more desperate than even people in Venezuela who are pretty desperate themselves.
Well, I think we both hope that even if it doesn't seem likely at this point, events do take a turn for the positive in Iran, and that the aspirations of people in Iran are realized. Let's talk about some of the other actors in the region and then return to the United States and Trump himself. How is seeing Israel's position? Israel suffered the horrible attacks and massacres of October 7th, sponsored in large part by Iran. They have been phenomenally successful in military terms over the last couple of years. Really weakening their adversaries in the region to an astonishing extent, including Iran itself, but at a high humanitarian cost and a high cost in the country's public standing. Israel is in some ways more isolated now than it has been in most stretches of its history. There's a very interesting poll in the United States that was conducted in the last weeks, which suggests that for the first time since the start of this poll, more Americans now sympathize with the Palestinian cause than with the Israeli cause. Benjamin Netanyahu has been able to, sustain himself in power despite his, at least occasional, deep unpopularity within his own country. Are these substantive victories for Israel that are going to make the country safer, or are these Pyrrhic victories that over the medium or long term are going to make Israel a lot more vulnerable?
Well, I think that the political damage that the Netanyahu government's actions have created since October 7th are the single most damaging thing, that Israel has suffered. The poll numbers that you just cited are true, but particularly among young Americans, support for Israel, which had been pretty much, instinctive in my generation, is just completely gone right now. And I think that, this kind of use, just overt use of military force to get your way, which has been characteristic of both Netanyahu and of Trump, is not going to endear, either
Salute,
of them
Yeti.
to, these, especially these younger
welcome to the boring
constituencies,
show.
even if the outcomes are good in terms of, in kind of raw power geopolitical
somebody's gotta
terms.
do it.
And I think that that's what I would, that's what I would worry about, because, you basically can't kill all your enemies and you can't kill all your critics. You really need to retain some sense of legitimacy. And I think this is not going to help things. Again, even if the outcomes are, okay in terms of, bloodshed and the successor regime and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, that's very much the concern I have, that if you're in a moment of strength, it is easy to fall foul of hubris, but at some point Israel will be in a moment of weakness. And of course, now it is easy to imagine either a Democratic president in the United States who does not want to help Israel, or for that matter, a Republican president of the United States who's quite hostile to Israel, given some of the voices and figures that are rising on the American right. And whether Israel can maintain its strength if it undergoes a period of economic crisis, if it undergoes some kind of internal crisis, and if it can no longer count on the support of the United States is a very important question. In the poll that I cited, there's some expected partisan split where Republicans are more friendly to Israel and Democrats are more friendly to Palestine. But as you're saying, the most striking split is that Americans over 65 remain more inclined to support the Israeli cause, and then the younger the age group, the stronger they lean towards the Palestinian cause.
Yeah, the split within the American right is actually quite disturbing. from the standpoint of Israel's interest. There's a recent interview between Tucker Carlson and Mike Huckabee, who in essence represent these two completely radicalized poles. One being,
Yeah, I actually saw, well, I didn't watch it, but I'm aware of that clip. And shit, I may find it and show it tonight. Hopefully I don't get a strike if I do.
very anti-Israeli, and I would say also pretty anti-Semitic, and the other one being, over the top pro-Israeli. And that's something that is really new in the Republican Party. I don't think you've ever seen kinds of expressions of just, it's not just that they're not supporting Israel the way they were, just, outright hostility that Israel is leading America, down the wrong path and manipulating American policy and so forth. People on the right have not said this kind of thing before. And then, in the Democratic Party, you have a similar kind of split. It's recently not been publicly expressed in quite the same form, but you have Mamdani elected in New York City, who really is the first kind of publicly elected official that's broken with the tradition of American support, the strong economic and military support for Israel. So I think both on the extreme right and the extreme left, you're seeing this horseshoe effect where you have the two extremes on both sides, political division, coming together in opposition to Israel.
One of the strange ironies in the region before we fully return to the United States is that, as you're pointing out, Israel is losing a lot of support among the countries that have traditionally been allies to it. It also, I think, has lost whatever remnants of support it may have had in other countries of the region. And yet, the fact that Iran retaliated against American allies in the region, against Saudi Arabia and Jordan and other countries, means that they may now join a regional war on the side of Israel against Iran. I mean, the politics of the Middle East never fail to confuse and to be complicated. There's a strange irony in that, isn't there?
No, that's true. I mean, this trend started with the Abraham Accords in the first Trump administration, where it turned out that these conservative monarchies in the Gulf were actually much more willing to make peace with Israel than their more left-wing counterparts. Now that there's been overt attacks on these countries, I think that's probably a trend that will strengthen. So again, this is one of the geopolitical payoffs for Netanyahu, that he's actually probably bolstered his support. But, this is one thing in thinking about international politics. Sometimes actual outcomes really trump any kind of ideological priors that people have. I mean, this is kind of what you were suggesting earlier, that although you may start out having a certain ideological point of view, at some point your material interests become overwhelming and you kind of make excuses and you can come around to supporting things that you didn't support earlier. And I think that that's already happened in a lot of the conservative Gulf countries. Now, down the road, whether that will remain the case, whether these monarchies are actually laying the grounds for a populist revolt against their rule, that's something that may happen in the future. We haven't seen it yet, but it's something to keep an eye on.
Let's bring this back to the United States. I've given a couple of interviews to European newspapers today, and they all want to know, is this a moment where the MAGA base is going to turn on Trump? Because part of what attracted them to Trump is the promise of no more foreign adventures, no more wars, and now here he is starting this new adventure. My answer, broadly speaking, in the interviews was that I don't think so, that unless he really gets embroiled in a quagmire and you see a lot of American lives and treasure being expended on this, a lot of Americans losing their lives. I don't think his own base is going to turn on him, and that's perhaps the wrong question to ask in any case. It's more important to ask what's going to happen to independents, what's going to happen to some of the members of the Republican Party that have voted for Trump, but that might view him more critically, that are very disappointed with how his second presidency is going so far. What do you think are going to be the domestic ramifications of these attacks in Iran?
Well, I think those kinds of negative feelings about Trump are ones that will probably take longer to develop, depending really on the way that the situation on the ground in Iran develops. I think that in the short run, he's going to be effective in distracting everybody from Jeffrey Epstein and inflation and affordability and all these other things. If he's seen as using American power, this will be kind of the third instance in which he's used American military power to achieve a political objective. And, we could well be facing a situation where, in another 2-3 months, it looks like he's done it again. And that's going to help, bolster his popularity. I think that if you look at every American intervention, the Philippines in the 1890s, Nicaragua in the 1930s, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, all of these uses of American power, generally speaking, are good for the president that undertakes them in the first couple of years. And the problems really arise as the conflict, grinds on and there's no resolution of the underlying problems that occur. And usually it's kind of the 5-year mark, just the point at which the presidential term is run out.
Here's
real opposition.
Actually, my thinking on this, I think the Trump administration, other than Marco Rubio, and Rubio may save the day here, but the Trump administration, including the president himself, are uniquely stupid. This is, in my opinion, and this is just, kind of me being a dick about it, but I think this administration is full of white boys and white girls who have been able to fail up because they're ruthless and unprincipled. They didn't get there. There has to be some level of talent, but I just don't think this administration is smart enough to not fuck this great operation up. Especially Hegseth. That dude is obtuse. So, but I could be wrong. So far, so good. Only 3 Americans killed and 5 injured. like they didn't have enough sense to evacuate the base or take, contingencies. But it is what it is. We'll see how this turns out. In my opinion, this is a mixed bag. If there are American troops killed, it's a mixed bag. It's not a resounding success, especially if there are no boots on the ground. The fuck?
I think that it may be much more accelerated in this case because I think that there's just going to be a lot of instability in Iran, and it's going to be resolved one way or the other, I think, in a shorter period of time. So I think you'll get to the point where it doesn't look like it was a good idea, that all sorts of things have gone wrong and unintended consequences have happened, and so forth. But, if Trump is really trying to distract people until the election, he may get away with it, from my standpoint, unfortunately.
Let's take the opportunity to go a little bit beyond the events of the last few days and talk about those questions. The radicalism of the Trump administration has been truly alarming and gone in some ways even beyond the pessimistic expectations that many people had about his second presidency. When you see, for example, the extraordinary way in which the administration is trying to punish Entropic for having, ethical concerns about the way in which the Department of War wanted to use those AI tools for autonomous weapons and so on. It is just a willingness to bully, private companies in quite astonishing ways, and obviously that's just the latest in a very, very broad and long list of extreme steps the administration has taken. I find, nevertheless, that you've been one of the most optimistic voices in the last months, not because you're making excuses for what the Trump administration is doing, or not because you don't think that what they're attempting to do is very dangerous, but because I think you have been more optimistic than many other commentators about American institutions holding up, about the administration losing in popularity, about them actually not succeeding in imposing the will on the American public. Share with us the reasons for what I read as your relative optimism, if I'm not misunderstanding you, and how you're thinking about that in this moment.
Well, it's a kind of long and complicated argument. First of all, just to back up a little bit, I think you have to interpret what Trump has done, not in terms of any coherent set of ideas or ideology, but in terms of psychology, both social and personal. I think that, he may have started out with the intention to be an isolationist and to avoid forever wars, but then because of his success in Iran last summer, because he was able to snatch Maduro, he's now realized that he's got this great military instrument that seems to be really effective. I don't think he thought about that much, previously. And now he's going to try to use it. And he also, has realized that the American government is pretty powerful and that you can intimidate, media organizations, universities, all sorts of establishment institutions with the power of the American government. And so he's gone from one extreme to another, pushing the limits of that kind of use of authority. In domestic politics, it has not gone well. So, Minneapolis was a setback for him. I think it really soured a lot of Americans, and he could see this in the poll data. I think that his repeated claim that we're living in a golden age and everything, prices are coming down 900%, as he's as he's asserted, just rang pretty hollow. And the Supreme Court has knocked the legs out from under his, central economic policy, which was tariffs. And so I think that, for all these reasons, there was growing opposition to him, that would be expressed in the elections in November. And really the only thing that could reverse that trend is his ability to manipulate the election. So that's something that is a really legitimate concern. And I think every American ought to worry about that and do what they can to protect the integrity of election administration next November. But then the other one is, foreign policy, where a big success could cause people to, rally around him, at least in the short run. And so that complicates my optimistic scenario, and it, really then does put a lot of weight on what happens on the ground in the Middle East, whether he looks like he's being successful or whether he looks like he's simply overreached as he has in domestic policy, and now he's, paying the price for it.
One of the striking things is that the administration has really only been in power for a little over 13 months. We have, 2 years and nearly 11 months of Donald Trump's presidency left to go. Every election for the last 15 years has been described as the most important election in our lifetime, and I'm sure the Democrats are going to be claiming that this is the case again in the midterms. It obviously seems very important for there to be some kind of counterweight to Republican power in the House of Representatives, and perhaps less likely but feasible according to current polling in the Senate. How much of a difference is that actually going to make? What is it the Democrats are going to be able to do if they control just the House of Representatives, or the House of Representatives and the Senate? Is there going to be a real feeling that for the first time in his public career, Trump has become a lame duck if he suffers a very significant setback in these midterm elections? Or will it simply make the administration even more determined to use all of the power at their disposal, constitutional and perhaps extra-constitutional, to refashion the country as long as they remain in power, which is still a long time to go?
No, I think that, well, first of all, I think it's likely that the Democrats will not just retake the House of Representatives, but there could be a real blue wave. I mean, all the by-elections that have been happening over the last few months have indicated that that's going to happen because Republicans have been losing in these deep red, districts in Texas and Georgia, all sorts of places that had voted very heavily for Trump. Hispanics that were really an important constituency that put him over the top in 2024 have largely turned against him, and that's a lot of people out there, and there are a lot of Hispanics living in these red states and in other purple states, where they actually would hold the balance of power. In the way that he's handled the migration issue, I think has turned many of them against him. To people who say that a midterm election isn't all that consequential, I think you just got to ask yourself, why is Trump so terrified of losing the House? That he talks about this nonstop, and he has become more and more open about his threats to manipulate the November election the way he tried to do back in 2020. So I think he himself sees this as a really severe threat to his legitimacy. It's true that well, first of all, if the Democrats win in that fashion, they can block anything that he wants to do. So he becomes a lame duck in the sense of, being able to actually get any kind of legislation. They haven't produced a whole lot of legislation, but you'd never get the big, beautiful bill or something equivalent to that after November. But, I think that in our system, even an out of power party that controls one branch of the legislature can do a lot of things. You can subpoena cabinet secretaries, you can hold public hearings, you can put this stuff on TV. One thing that I think has been a little curious is that given the level of corruption across the board, not just in the Trump family, but with many of his associates, Steve Witkoff and Howard Lutnick, Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, all of these people are involved in pretty overt, forms of corruption. And I think that it doesn't get on Fox News at the moment. I think many Republicans are simply unaware of the degree of criminality that many of Trump's close associates and family members have been involved in. But I don't think you're going to be able to block that sort of information if the Democrats retake the House. And that's why I think, that exposure is something that he fears very much. And I do think it's going to be an important consequence, of the next election. And then once that's out, it'll create this permission structure for, moderate Republicans to break. You're already seeing that in certain respects, but they'll be much freer to do that, I think, in after an election.
Yeah, one of the really interesting points is, does there come a point after the midterm elections, if there a real bloodbath for Republicans, where there's a sufficiently significant number of Republican senators who are up for re-election in 2028 who think that distancing themselves from Trump is necessary for their political survival in the general election? And might there even come a point for the first time in 10 years in which it is no longer obvious that Trump support is the deciding factor in winning Republican primary elections? And if those two things started to be fulfilled, you could see, the fight for the post-Trump Republican Party really gathering speed. I'm not holding my breath for that. I think we're still quite far off from that, but you're, for the first time in a long time, starting to sort of see the contours of what it would take for that gestalt switch to start happening.
Yeah, no, that's right. I think something like over 30 Republican members of the House have announced that they're not going to be running for re-election because they see the handwriting on the wall, and they don't want to be in a minority party, after November. So I think you're already seeing that kind of a shift. And then, as you said, he's a lame duck. He gets lamer with every passing month, as you work your way into the second year of his presidency. And so, the king is going to look much more vulnerable, as time goes on.
Well, he may be a lame duck, but he's a pretty hyperactive lame duck. I have one last question for you, Frank. I keep thinking back to an article you wrote sometime in late 2016 or early 2017, perhaps you'll remember, in which you said that Trump, in a sense, is a natural experiment. That, there's people who think that, a long-form political culture and the Constitution is what allows democracy to persist, and others who think that it's really about the political personnel and the character of its leaders and so on, and that Trump was going to put that to the test. 10 years into this natural experiment, which side do you think is winning?
Well, I guess my feeling is that in the end, I still think that American institutions are going to hold and that they will demonstrate a sufficient strength. Again, one of those important institutions is a election every 2 years. And, it looks like that is going to put a real check on his power. The Supreme Court just handed him a major defeat on the tariff issue. Certainly the lower federal courts have been blocking all sorts of things that he's tried to do. So in that sense, I think that, there's some reason for optimism. However, several things that I have changed my thinking on. First of all, it's clear that we think about institutions in kind of the wrong way. We somehow think of, especially constitutional checks and balances, as if there are these big physical barriers that prevent leaders from doing, bad or wrong things, and they're not. I mean, everything's just normative. And if you can erode the belief, in law sufficiently, then people, stop obeying the law and they'll just do whatever they want. We've seen plenty of examples of that happening, with this administration. And then, as I said, a lot of political behavior, you really, we academics like to root things in deep, structural shifts and deep sociological trends. There have been those, I think there's several important social trends that are going on with gender and race and a lot of other things. But in the end, a lot of it just boils down to social psychology and personal psychology, where you just get, this one individual whose behavior really can't be, we used to have this rational choice political science. I always thought it was ridiculous at the time that it was the dominant methodology, but it seems doubly ridiculous right now because so much of political behavior is really not based on a rational calculation of material interest, but on other factors, entirely.
Francis Fukuyama, thank you so much for joining me on this podcast and on the Substack Live.
Okay, thanks very much for talking, Yasha. Have a good weekend.
And thank you, everybody, for tuning in to...
All right, well, that was boring, but to a certain extent, I thought Fukuyama is always good for a couple good points. So this is that Tucker Carlson interview with Mike. Oh, God damn it. I am getting old. With well, you'll recognize him.
I'm mad at my lawmakers for not protecting my country with the
I'm sorry, Mike Huckabee.
care they've protected Israel.
I don't think that my country
our country has spent that much time protecting Israel. I asked you a little bit ago.
They spend no time protecting my country.
Well, actually, they do.
How?
They are the tip of the spear.
How do we have 60 million illegal aliens if they protected my country?
Well, that we didn't protect our country because we had a president that opened up the borders and didn't give a rip.
This has been going on since Reagan.
Coming in.
Since Reagan, 1986.
Yeah, but
that's 40 years
President
this year.
Trump the credit for having closed the border.
I love the fact, I campaigned for Trump because he said he'd close the border. He did. Amen. Thank you, Trump. But we had Reagan. Then we had Bush. Then we had Clinton. Then we had Bush again. Ugh. Then we had that guy, Obama. And they all presided over my country's total transformation from a nice, clean, affluent, orderly society into like pretty kind of third world, actually. That's not protecting us. That's behaving with...
Dude, before Reagan and the immigrants, they were complaining about the blacks. Dude, these second-rate white boys, they just need something to complain about because the civil rights bills of the 1960s required that, oh, hey, even if I'm like mediocre, if I'm mediocre, I have to actually like share power with someone who's either my equal or better in a meritocratic system. Before the civil rights bills, you could literally be, dude, I think Mad Men, if you've ever, and I pretty much watched the whole series over the 7 years it was on TV, on cable, AMC. It was a study in mediocre white boys, recent college graduates, joining some ad agency. And even if they were fucking mediocre and horrible, you could make a living. People like Tucker Carlson are just mad that they can't do that Mad Men lifestyle anymore. Okay, Tucker Carlson would not be where he is if he hadn't been born into wealth. Same thing with Donald Trump. And that's with the MAGA blacks in particular. That's why I think the MAGA blacks are fucking clowns. Dude, Trump was born into wealth. He didn't earn shit. Yeah, maybe with that $1 million or whatever his daddy gave him, he was able to parlay it into something. But dude, if Donald Trump had started out like a MAGA black, I don't know, well, like I did. I mean, my parents weren't rich, they were okay. But if Trump had started out the way I started out, for instance, that motherfucker wouldn't be president. He's too dumb. He doesn't have that kind of talent. He would probably be well off. He'd probably get a good retirement and, he'd be a good salesman. But he wouldn't be president. Same thing with Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, his daddy had to buy his way into Trinity College or whatever it was. Tucker Carlson, while he's not dumb, he's not a sterling intellect. The motherfucker's there because he's got some Swanson money. These MAGA blacks are fucking fools. Ooh, Donald Trump, he's so talented. No. He was born into the right family at the right time. Tucker couldn't make it into the CIA. Fuck no, he couldn't. Fucking Trump, his daddy had to buy him into the University of Pennsylvania. So anyway, let us move on. So the only reason I'm watching this is I find the news lady kind of cute. And she has some Iran news.
It has been 24 hours since the U.S. and Israel began a military campaign against Iran, which resulted in the death of Iran's supreme leader, as well as hundreds of others. 3 U.S. service members also lost their lives. Overnight, the U.S. engaged in more airstrikes in Iran, with the White House taking to social media to weigh in on the power of the U.S. military. They praised the work of B-2 stealth bombers, armed with 2,000-pound bombs, in attacking Iran's ballistic missile facilities. But reactions to the strikes have been mixed. Protesters in Pakistan stormed the U.S. consulate to protest U.S. airstrikes in Iran, resulting in at least 9 deaths. Elsewhere, the U.S. is receiving support for the operations, including from the Prime Minister of Canada. However, Iran is retaliating, resulting in strikes in the Middle East and threats of the country's heaviest defense attack yet. Now, back here at home, hundreds of people gathered in downtown Tampa just in the last few hours in show of solidarity for their family and friends in Iran. Now, the regime change has been inspiring demonstrations across the country, including here in Tampa Bay. 10 Tampa Bay News reporter Annie Krall was at that rally hearing about the current tensions and celebrations.
Following the attack, some of the 5,000 Iranians who are estimated to live in the Tampa Bay area tell me that it was not only their duty to show support, but it was also their privilege. Cars honking, music playing, and the American national anthem being sung. That's what you heard in downtown Tampa Sunday afternoon, celebration while many people are still worried about loved ones at home and envisioning a new image of a future Iran they want the world to see.
We've been shouting and crying out to help, and we want to help the world. We don't want the name of Iran to be among the terrorists, because it's not. That's only Islamic Republic of Iran. It is not Iran. That's all I want the world to know. We all want the world to know.
President Trump has also called upon Iran's military forces to lay down their weapons and on the nation's civilians to rise up and, quote, take over your government. More rallies and events are expected over the next few weeks, a little bit closer to home. Reporting in downtown Tampa, Annie Krall, 10 Tampa Bay News.
All right. Well, let's see what else. Let's listen to this for a little bit longer, and then I don't know. I will either end the stream or I will watch some Black History stuff I didn't get to yesterday.
The explosions were so big that it turns the.
But I will ask.
It turned the night into day. So that's why I said morning came early. Where's the? I'm not seeing the video.
لینک های بالا رو توی پرایوت چت از من نگاه بکنی هستش. میخوای دوباره بفرستم؟
Yeah, that's fine.
الان دوباره میفرستم. چون همونجا پایین‌ترش هم پیستش می‌کنم.
Oh, here. This one?
بله دقیقاً.
Guys, these are the strikes that we just saw. Here, this is where it was targeted during. Oh, this place was targeted already in the 12-day war in June 2025. Back then, it was claimed that the National Security Council meeting, Shoraya Ali Amniyat Milli, was being held. Minutes ago, it was targeted again. But why would they have the meeting in the same building again in the middle of the military operations?
فکر می‌کنی جای دیگه‌ای دارن؟
But they're just saying because they don't have anywhere else. Ooh, I hope there's some really important people.
ببین اگر دقت من اینو خیلی دقیق میتونم آنالیز کنم. اولا که اگه دقت کنید میبینید توی کوه این بانکراشون یکی از امن‌ترین بانکرهای تهران اینجا. اگه نگاه
people are saying that these are in the middle of the mountains because their bunkers are there. That's why they go there. These are the most secure places they could be.
Exactly. و این دفعه برعکس جنگ 12 روزه 3-4 نقطه رو با هم دارن میزنن.
So this time, unlike last time during the 12-day war, they did many multiple strikes to make sure that nobody is going to come out of this meeting alive. So guys, this is like there is nowhere. So Petito is right, because this building, this place that they just bombed is the most secure place that they could have a meeting. And again, there's literally no other place. What is this caption? Yes, I have that. Should I play it?
Yes, I can't believe that's actually a thing. I need a good laugh. I need a good laugh while I'm on the phone. I've literally been on hold for like 2 hours.
تا پلی میکنی من یه خبرم به شما بدم. به مردم تهران پیامک دادن امروز که آره هم بنزین براتون فراهمه، هم جاده ها بازه و لطفاً شهر رو ترک بکنید. و این بک فایر کرده، یعنی مردم به محض اینکه این پیامو گرفتن خیالشون راحت شده که حتما باید تهران بمونن.
So the regime is trying to get people outside of Tehran. So people are receiving messages from the regime that there is to evacuate Tehran by telling them that there is gas for them. Like the regime will give people the people in Tehran their gas, and also they will open the road so that they could evacuate Tehran. And the Iranian people have realized that this means that they have to stay in Tehran, because the regime is trying to get the Iranian people outside of Tehran as a way to stop the mass revolution, for people to, like, when the Princess of Pahlavi gives the order for people to come out into the streets inside Iran, the regime is trying to get them to evacuate instead. But they're now going to stay. Now that they know that that's what the regime wants, they're going to stay. So guys, watch this. This is amazing. This is on, which channel is this? This
Channel
is channel
3.
Okay, channel 3. Okay, so let's watch this guy.
الان خبر به من دادن این تازه اول راهه، این تازه نوید یک راه بزرگ، یک انتقام سخته. همین امروز، همین الان خبر دادن که سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی با 4 تا موشک بالستیک ناو آبراهام لینکلن رو این تازه بله خبر موثقه و همین الان خبر دادن.
ینصرکم و یثبت اقدامکم والذین کفروا فتعسا لهم و اضل اعمالهم. مشتا رو گره بکنید شما هم تو خونه. مرگ بر آمریکا، مرگ بر آمریکا، مرگ بر آمریکا.
You know what? They are so miserable. They're just looking for
hell. No, wait,
people.
let me translate first so people know what you're saying. Because
what's with the random Allahu Akbars? Like, why do they just randomly bust into like Arabic in the middle? Like Allahu Akbar, durka.
What you got? You came all the way up here to look at Goldie?
I'm just enjoying the show.
She is cute.
I've been watching her for a few weeks now. She's a good-looking girl, but it's just, she's all over the Iran.
No. Please don't get me wrong. She's drop dead gorgeous, but I think it might have something to do with age. Tastes actually change over the years.
Yeah, she's got.
I would actually find she just looks young.
Yeah.
So maybe, like, if my son said, "Hey, this is my girlfriend," I'd be thrilled for him.
Oh yeah.
So,
you know what she does too?
No.
She's a international lawyer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Kind of. Now, see, that is so funny because what's his name's wife? Isn't she Iranian? George Clooney's wife is an international lawyer. I think she's Iranian, isn't she?
I don't think I've ever seen her, but I've heard that before, that his wife was an international lawyer.
Like,
well, you remember his dad was an ambassador.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, his dad was an ambassador to Italy or Rome, one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. Now, George Clooney's wife, she is just, there's something about her, and this girl, some women actually look better when they've aged, and I've never been able to figure that out. And George Clooney's wife was probably this girl when she was young, but there's some elegance that women it's good genetics.
Yeah,
and
she's
it's the
got
same
gray
thing
hair.
with men too.
She's like 36, 37. She got gray hair.
Oh, is she really?
Yeah, she's just a beautiful woman.
Damn.
Those Iranian women.
I would never dude, I thought she was in her 20s.
Yeah, no, she's like 33, 36, somewhere around there. Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe I need to take some shit back. God damn, she's going to be. But see, when she's like 45 or 50, it's going to be like a fine wine. And hopefully she lets her hair go gray. This woman could actually be a classic. So anyway, mooncakes. Nah, I'm not a mooncakes person. She is tight with CT and those fucking. Yeah, any woman who actually wants to be on CT's channel I don't care how good she looks. I would never even consider.
I think she's a prostitute too. Like I think she's got caught up on.
Mooncakes?
Yeah, like she was. I don't know. They just found like she went to Vegas at a certain time where some other dude who's been trying. Yeah. And it's just
I
like
don't
it was
really
weird
care.
her live stream setup. I don't know. I don't really watch them over there at all. So I only know her name and I've seen her.
I actually do if a topic is interesting, if it's kind of political. And I like I said, it's been a couple weeks now. I actually went up on a panel because Republic Tea Room was up there and I hadn't talked with her in a while and it was a political topic. So, and I enjoyed my time on there, but it needs to be, only when I'm interested.
Yeah.
Did you you probably know by now, I went back to RLM's show.
I was chatting with you in the chat, Stan. You tore up. I was in the chat with you. I was surprised you went up though. I was like, oh man, I thought Stanley was going down because you did 10 hours or more. So I was surprised. I was like, oh shit, Stanley's coming up.
Oh shit, I'm sorry, I was on mute. I actually, for some reason or another, I think she's a good host. Now I'm not going up there. I'm not going to be, I'll listen because if she's doing late shows like that, I actually do need to sleep every now and again.
Tell me about
it. At like 4 or 5 in the morning, believe this or not, that's my reading time. I'll usually listen to Nightish or somebody and read, this book I'm trying to get through. But I actually enjoyed her. And I don't know. I think she's better than Art. I think she's better than Bob's show.
She's probably the best host out there. I mean, from that sector, definitely.
What is that sector?
The Gob sector. Because now Ert has his own channel.
Sector?
Yeah, Nasus is gonna start doing her own live streams. The only one that hasn't, I think, so far is Sky. Sky's basically the last man on the show. I mean, Nasus is still there, but like she's been promoting her channel now. RLM just doesn't do her show at all. Like she just does her own show. But
and I don't blame her. And oddly enough, I have no interest in Art's show. And I've noticed he gets some big fucking numbers.
He's got a lot of cute girls on there. So
I don't really care.
He's a showman. He knows how to get them.
Yeah, he like I've often said, his beard is actually smarter than he is, and for some reason, I just have no interest in what he talks about. And I've listened in a little bit.
Yeah.
RLM, for some reason or another, I don't know. It could be somewhat that she's attractive, but I actually think she's not dumb.
And it's also she'll let the fuckery happen, but she stops it and is like, okay, let's get back to what we were talking about. Some of these people.
I hate to say this, and I don't mean to cut you off. I actually think she's the best female host I'm aware of right now, and that includes all the female hosts I know. She's just more, how sometimes you'll hear, this woman has some mannish ways. She puts her foot down, and the men actually pay attention to her.
Yeah,
and I'm sure that low cut, whatever her low cut outfit has something to do with it.
Everybody acts up.
What she should say is, "Look at my tits," and say that.
She just puts them away from time to time, lets them go. Everybody just stops talking.
Yeah, and I respect that.
Yeah, she's a good host. I like watching her show. I watch it almost every night for a little while before I go to sleep. But I was on there one time while they're trying to make it the whole night.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, I was shocked when you went up there yesterday. I was like, oh shit, I thought Stanley was going to sleep.
Well, I was. The only reason I went up there is fucking Orthodox talking shit. If he had not mentioned my name, I wouldn't have gone up there. But dude, Orthodox seems to think that he is my intellectual equal. And I've heard him say it a lot of times, and I just kind of go, well, whatever. You know, it's not that important. But dude, don't you go up to another panel talking shit, because I am like dude, Orthodox guy, someone has convinced people like Raging Tomato and Orthodox guy and all these fucking, first generation I don't live in a trailer types, that they are intellectuals. And I'm like, what the fuck?
I think it's like once people hit like 30 in the live chat, a lot of them start losing, they think they're bigger than they are,
I don't know. No. I think he actually thinks he's an intellectual.
I've watched more of the last night of him than I think I've ever watched of him. Was last night.
He and Be Brave, he used to go up to Be Brave every now and again. And then, the first time I encountered Orthodox, he was telling me he was some sort of author. He had written a book. And then I challenged him on that. And, it was like, this motherfucker has some pretensions, which, I don't mind ambition, but when ambition becomes pretension, it's a problem. And the other thing I don't like is, I went up to his panel, I guess it was Friday night, and this Slav dude who was on RLM's panel that I just fucking went after the whole time I was on there. This Slav dude, who's that racist that John Galt's like from Eastern Europe? Can't think of his name. But this dude there is no racist like an Eastern European racist.
Like not Belarus, the other country, the Kazakhstan or Chechnya. That dude, he's nuts. Bro.
He speaks English really well. It's only a slight accent. And he is a John Galt fan, and he was also a Be Brave fan. And
you're talking about Yakub, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Is that
I've heard of him.
Okay. Yeah, well, he shows up in my chat every now and again. Yeah, Casper's who I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
But Casper went up on Orthodox's channel. This was after RLM signed off Friday night, and Orthodox started a show, and I went up on Orthodox's show. And, I just basically, and it was my fault, because, it's Friday night. And sometimes on the weekends, I let down my afro a little bit. I just roasted that dummy the whole time. Dude, you know what really, and I know I'm kind of scattered here, but the interesting thing is on RLM's show, there were people, including the fucking Orthodox, spent his last money to get me off the panel. Dude,
like
that was so
dude.
goddamn. This dude didn't understand how embarrassing that shit sounded.
Yeah, but everybody from over here was paying it. It was like Majestic paid for you to get back on.
Yeah. And that's what I want to say. Dude, I was so appreciative, because I probably would have just gone to bed. But no, I have to say, and tomorrow's show is called the 300. We might just keep it at 300. Fuck it. We will just be the Spartans forever. Dude, y'all don't know how appreciative I was. Dude, I was so proud. Like, motherfucker, I'm a blithering idiot. And apparently I was making good jokes.
Yeah, T Mola, everybody was loving it in the chat. We're like, get him, Stan. And then Snake came on, dude. After you left, Snake came on. Snake had me dying. I was trying to go sleep for an hour after
Oh no,
that.
I
Snake
was
had
up
me
there for
dying.
Snake had me dying.
I was
was like,
fucking rolling, bro.
I hadn't had a full dose of Snake. Oh, dude, that motherfucker was on a tear. It was like, oh shit.
He just kept getting real hot. I'm like, get him, Snake. I loved it.
But salute to Mo Love and T and there was
NYC Majestic.
another lady, a young lady, I think.
NYC Majestic
she was
paid for you to get back up too.
Oh, that's right. NYC Majestic, who I never see in my chat, but dude, it was so. Look, I can't tell y'all how appreciative I was, dude. Y'all made me feel. Y'all made Grandpa. Y'all made real proud. I was like, it was, dude. It's probably the coolest thing that's ever happened to me on YouTube, in all honesty. So, I have to figure out a way. I have to figure out a way how to let everybody know how appreciative, gratified, dude. It was an honor.
Yeah,
So
the Craig dude kind of surprised me because he never acts like that. For him to be freaking like that, it was weird of Craig to do that. He's the one that kept calling you a monkey.
Oh yeah. That British dude, I think I've run into him before. Dude, let me tell you something, John.
I'll be right back.
I went from 7th grade to high school. My first 6 years of Catholic school was an all-black Catholic school, and I was introduced to white boys and girls in 7th grade through 12th grade, and then I went to the University of Georgia, and that's Valhalla. However, so I know how to deal with racists, especially young racists who don't know shit. Dude, if you're gonna be a racist, know some shit. Know who the fuck some of these, know about the Confederate battle flag, know some stuff.
Yeah, it was the same. That guy with the Casper, he does the same thing Vante would do. Vanta's always like, "Oh, I'm from Africa,
Yeah,
so
well,
nobody can talk about Africa but me."
Yeah, Vanta. Yeah, Vanta is just retarded. In all honesty,
There's something there.
Something
wrong.
about Vanta. Yeah, there's a screw loose there.
Because it's literally, everybody calls it main character syndrome, where it's just like,
no, that dude, I don't even know. There's a screw loose there, and I don't know. I think I heard him say that he'd spent some time in like in Jordan, in some of the little the camps, the tent city type camps were refugee camps.
Yeah, it's a lot of
And I
Palestinian
think
Afghanis.
so. I don't, I will go after Vanta, but I also know that there's a screw loose there. He probably had a hard time of it or something in Jordan, so it's not that I give him a break. It's just I understand or can sympathize.
No, he talks about how he grew up upper class and how he's going back to Somaliland to just pick out a wife. Like, he talks crazy.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Well, that motherfucker's way over 30.
Yeah, that's
No,
why
it
he's
could
going
be,
there.
you can pick out a, if you're 50, you can pick you out, that's how I imagine that culture works. No, megabyte, Kelvin, whilst I appreciate it, no, I harbor no ill will. Casper's just ignorant, and he'd never been exposed to the boomers are gonna boom. I'm Stanley, bitch.
Stanley, bitch.
Dude, that's my favorite lyric of all time.
I like that hook, yeah.
I'm Stanley, bitch.
You got to just
That
clip
is so
that so you
funny.
hit the button on it. Just hit it on a random. Like, who the fuck you did? You just, who am I? Bam.
Yeah, you know
Bam,
what? That's a
bitch.
good idea. I might have to do that.
I'm trying to figure out how to do that, man, to get the sound effects going. I was wondering if I could use my MIDI, my little miniature studio, but I can't
Well, you
figure
know, I
anywhere
can
to
clip
find it.
it. I can clip it and just add it to the
The
StreamYard.
StreamYard, yeah.
You know, there's some like little soundbite things, but I don't know. What's up, Dirty? How you doing?
What up, Dirty? What's going on, Megabyte, Brian? Megabyte is Kelvin, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Kelvin's a cool young man.
What up, CKJ3? Yeti.
What's up, CK? I saw you and didn't say hello. But anyway, RLM, I will go up there, if the gets are right. And I would not have gone up if Orthodox hadn't been talking that shit. See, Orthodox's problem is he actually believes in white supremacy. And, that Stanley's kind of an exception, but motherfucker, dude, you literally are trailer trash. That whole what is it, panel verse or whatever, Raging Tomato,
Yeah.
they're all trailer trash.
I don't watch any of them.
They
I used to watch Sarah a little bit.
Andrew Wilson, trailer trash. What the fuck? Trailer trash read see, these guys think if you read a bunch of books, that is class, and it doesn't quite work that way. And I'm not a sociologist, so I don't know. But look, don't you ever, dude, how can I put this? Yeah, hit the link. Untrackable, it's good to see you. Hit the link. It's pinned. All I have to say is, have you ever heard of genteel poverty? It's one of these things where, there's a good movie, and I think it might be a Peter O'Toole movie or one of those Peter O'Toole types, but it's basically like some aristocracy, like the lord of this or that, who is poor. And it used to happen all the time, especially one of the interesting things, if you've ever watched Downton Abbey, the wife of the Earl is American, and her family had they were extremely rich, and she fell for this Earl, and her money basically saved Downton Abbey. That was like a plan that used to happen. The Kennedys, for instance, one of the Kennedy women married into the British aristocracy, and the Kennedy money saved some dukedom or earldom or something like that. So the point I'm trying to make is that there is genteel poverty. So the concept is money doesn't necessarily buy class. It helps maybe, etc., but it doesn't really. You can be Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't have class.
That's an old saying too. Yeah, money doesn't buy class.
Yeah. And
a lot of people just got rich off of one idea.
The same thing. That's kind of the same thing with that Orthodox crowd, Denizen, and all those guys. Those guys are fucking trailer trash.
Yeah, I don't know that crowd like that. I watch.
Well, I do. I do, and I'm very comfortable making that point. As a matter of fact, I'm so comfortable. I think I called Orthodox trailer trash up on RLM's panel.
Yeah, I
Very
heard
cool.
that.
Dude,
I heard
I'm
that.
from Savannah. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I've dated trailer trash for that matter. One of these days I'll have to tell that story. I was called shithead, like some people were like, yes, dear. It was, and she was fucking gorgeous, by the way. But you
That's
know,
how they get there when they're young. Then they get
oh
older, they look like their mom.
dude, let me tell you what happened. I had a chemistry lab that went way longer than I imagined it would, so I missed a lunch date, and she called home. And this is back in the day. This is way before mobile phones.
Yeah.
So, we had landlines. And oh shit. I come home and my mother was like, "Who's that white girl who called here looking for you?" And it was I'm like, "Oh shit." Dude, it went south from there. I'm like, I had to lie. I'm like, well, no, it's just a friend, and we were we were gonna have lunch, and I couldn't call her because I had a chemistry lab. Oh, dude, I saw the light in my mother's eyes, and it wasn't a good light. It's like, God damn it. As a matter of fact, I worked with her. I had like a part-time job.
That's how you're supposed
And
to say it.
that's
Work
where I knew her
associate.
from.
Is it be like, it was nothing but a work
Yeah,
associate?
yeah.
Huh?
I think that's how I played it off. Now, let me tell you something. Yeah, this was gonna happen. She was cute, and we just got along. And anyway, all I have to say is, I think part of the problem was like, you know, if look, if it had been one of these little white girls who was like went to school with my sister, or we just knew, it would have been fine. you know it was ugly, and but you know what, me, I negotiated my way out of it. But oh man, I that was my first time, and I honestly didn't even think about it. It's like, well, she's just a girl. Aren't you happy that it was a girl and not a guy? It's like I'm trying to go. It's a woman. And no, my mother wasn't having that shit. So anyway, what's up, Untrackable?
I'm doing very well, and I hope you are as well.
I am, and having a good old time. What's been up with you? Any thoughts on the Iran incursion?
Yeah, I don't like to see our people in danger.
Well, what do you think? Actually, that's an interesting point. Did you think that Trump was a little cavalier with, yeah, there might be, some casualties, but hey, that's war, it's unpredictable. That sort of logic. I thought it was flippant.
I don't think anybody. I don't think anybody should say, "Hey, you're not going to make it back."
Well, he didn't exactly say that. I think he was trying to prepare the American people that, hey, we
but
might take a couple casualties.
yeah, and it just we're gonna go do something. Let's do our best. What happens along the way can be dealt with, but we don't have to say from the get-go.
I'll be right back. I'm listening though.
Yeah, let the smaller leaders, let the captains, let the sergeants say, "Hey, everything you've prepared for today has led you up to this moment. and there are no guarantees. But the president of the United States saying, "Hey, some of our guys are gonna die today," that just doesn't come off so well. Letting your first line leaders say, "Hey, this is the moment."
No, that is actually like an excellent point. Because if you get the commander in chief saying there will be casualties, dude, that is literally like, what if he just said there's going to be some cannon fodder? You're absolutely right on that point.
Well, it's
I
perspective.
get what
That's
you're
all it is.
saying.
To be a casualty or cannon fodder is just a perspective.
And I apologize.
Well, no, for the commander in chief basically saying that, hey, you know what? There's going to be some casualties. Well, motherfucker, you're making that decision. I want to hear that dude, Iran, it's not a pressing issue. Iran was not a pressing issue. Why would we sacrifice lives? It's not like an attack on the USA or even Israel was imminent.
Well, it's not the first time we've done this, right? With Iran.
Yeah, but the thing is that Untrackable is absolutely right on this point.
I am a non-commissioned officer, and we give our subordinates every last opportunity and training and equipment that we need to accomplish the mission. So when the officers appointed above us decide that something's going to go down, well, we train for it and yada, yada, yada. But you don't go ahead and tell somebody is like, hey, you going to die today. No, you give them the motivation. You give them the equipment. You give them everything they need to succeed. Because guess what? They might just succeed. But you don't tell them that they're going to die today. You don't fucking do that shit.
Well, unless you're in the movie 300, if you're at Thermopylae, maybe.
I apologize.
Or if you're yelling at
no,
you're asking Patton, can we withdraw?
Untrackable, you have done nothing. You are absolutely right.
I apologize. I get a bit heated.
For being right?
You have to one, if you're gonna be a leader, if you're gonna be an officer, you need intelligence, and you need to know what you're about to send these people to do.
You need to goddamn lead from the front.
You have not mission officers that have equipment and training and time spent and scenarios and the things that we are about to go do. And then when we go do it, there is no, hey, we all know that, gunfire both ways results in, certain circumstances. However, but you don't just tell somebody, hey, yeah, we might lose a couple. That is no way a motivational speech in any way, shape, or form. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It doesn't work like that. You give us everything. You give us praise. You give us motivation. You say we will win. You give us the guns. Give us the armor. Give us the trucks. Give us everything. Give us everything. And say, hey, we will win. We will win. We will sing the fucking songs. on the way. But don't say some of you might not make it back. It's like we already fucking know. You son of a bitch. We've read the stories.
They've been telling you this since boot camp.
I was gonna say your drill sergeant sung the song into your head, letting you know that your wife's gonna be cheating on you. Right?
We have read the story.
You might not make it out of boot camp. People die in boot camp every year.
Jody's a son of a bitch.
Oh, really? Oh, shit. You know what? I hadn't thought about Jody in 30 or 40 years.
They even put somebody's name in your guys' head. That's fucked up.
Oh, no. Jody taking your wife? That's
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't get it at first, and then I remembered. I heard on it. That shit is funny as hell. I'm just saying, like, thinking of it. Yeah. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, like it's.
Hey,
I hear what you're saying. I get you.
You're not special when you're gone.
Goddamn battling.
You have to stay focused. Somebody's gonna take your girl. Fuck that bitch. Are you gonna stay alive, or are you gonna be worried about, old girl back home? Somebody's shooting at you. You worried about Stephanie? Are you really worried about Stephanie when somebody's shooting at you? Come on, man. Come on. Hey, Joey, handle your business. Come on, man.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they don't like me around here. But I'm not one of those that got put in those special situations. But every time I see those walls, I recognize names that I put food in their mouths, and it's like, okay, they don't exist anymore.
Now you weren't a senator's son.
Well, I was a cook. I was a poor man from Norm, became a cook, and second ID in Korea, and it became a historic event because technically 2ID was still at war. Because they hadn't, Obama hadn't reached the armistice yet. So they deployed 2ID to Iraq. And next thing you know, they got to build a wall.
Well, let's listen to this young man with a U.S. Ralph Lauren shirt on, which should be embarrassing, by the way. But he's wearing it.
On the war in Iran that was launched yesterday by the United States and Israel. This is a little late, obviously, about a day after it all began, but I needed some time to think and to chat with people and to kind of get my own thoughts in order. A quick note about surroundings. I'm just on my porch. My kids are home. It is a Sunday, and this is the only quiet place that exists for me to record anything. So this is just my porch. We got some sleds from the snow and ice storms recently, my bike, a box of books, the usual stuff. I need to clean this thing up. Anyway, so thoughts on this attack on Iran. I have a political analysis to make, of course, but I first want to make a few direct substantive points about the attack itself. Now, I'm not a foreign policy expert. I'm not someone who has done a lot of work studying American foreign policy towards Iran. I know enough to be able to follow a conversation, but I'm not an expert here. These are just kind of my intuitions and based on my own values. Based on my own values, I don't think this attack is a good idea, first and foremost. The administration doesn't appear to have any clear strategic plan for what happens next. And the hopeful tone coming from the White House, this might reshape the region, it's just that, a hopeful tone. They don't really know. And it's just as likely, and I would say more likely given our recent experience with attacks in the Middle East and attempts to do regime change, that we're going to get a lot of unintended consequences, as was the case following Iraq, as was the case following Libya. I think a real priority of American foreign policy ought to be to, as much as possible, do no harm. And there's no evidence here, at least, that the U.S. is going to do no harm. In fact, given that the first set of casualties we've heard about was a school full of young girls being obliterated, we've already gone well past the point of do no harm. The other thing, and this probably just reflects my own political acculturation, which was during the Iraq War, during the run-up to the Iraq War, is I simply no longer want American tax dollars and American military force to be going to the destruction of other countries for no particular reason. Yes, Iran has been an adversary. Yes, Iran has been a rival, but the Iranian government has not directly attacked the United States. Americans are not under threat. There was no threat of a nuclear weapon reaching American shores or even Americans in bases nearby. There's no threat here. The administration and its allies might be calling this a preemptive war to create the impression that we were directly going to be attacked soon, but that's not the case at all. This was a preventative war, and preventative wars are illegal. We also call them aggressive wars. To put this a little more simply, I did not like American taxpayer dollars going to fund Israel's genocidal war in Gaza, and I don't like American taxpayer dollars and the American military going towards directly attacking a country that has not actually posed a direct threat to the people of the United States. All right, now
Ukraine.
for political analysis. This is an illegal war. The fact that I call it a preventative war and that preventative wars are illegal should, by the transit properties, clue you into the fact that this is an illegal war. Why is it illegal? Beyond the nature of the conflict, you'll note that President Trump, when he announced this at 2:30 a.m. on Saturday morning, he called this a war. He described it as a war.
The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing
Listen to
this
this
for the
motherfucker.
future. And it is a noble
That all
mission.
that happens in war.
In the past, when the American presidents have wanted to get around the constitutional requirement for Congress to make the final
motherfucker's
decision about
ever
whether to go to
been
war,
in a
they've
war.
described their interventions in other ways. They've called them interventions. They've called them police action, something else to create the impression that this is a step below war and thus not triggering Congress's constitutional prerogative to declare war. Trump is calling this a war, which means that Congress should have weighed in, but there has been no congressional authorization of this conflict whatsoever. There's no authorization for the use of military force, as was used before Afghanistan and Iraq. There's obviously no formal declaration of war. There has been one of those in a very long time. There's been nothing. It's not even clear that the White House informed the chairs of the Senate Intelligence Committee, inform the relevant lawmakers responsible for oversight of the military, the armed services committees. This wasn't just done unilaterally in a literal sense, but it was done in secret without any conversation with or buy-in from lawmakers or with the American public. The Bush administration famously made a case for the Iraq War. It was a bad case. It was full of deception and dishonesty, but it was a case nonetheless. The Trump administration hasn't even done that. There's been no case for war, nothing to explain to the American people why this is necessary, why they have to spend blood and treasure to achieve a set of goals. And it's not even clear what those goals are. The administration clearly wants regime change, but there's no explanation of what the plan for regime change, what the aftermath of that might be, and how the United States will manage that aftermath. You might say that these are just process complaints, and they are process complaints, but there's something important about the process. The process allows Americans to have something of a say as to what is going to happen. That it's their children, it's their parents, it's their brothers and sisters who are going to be the ones fighting the war, who are going to be the ones who might lose their lives in the war. And 3 Americans have already been killed in the fighting. Sending Americans to die without any attempt to explain why is reprehensible. It's egregious. It's a betrayal of the fundamental promise that lawmakers and presidents make with the American people, that they are representatives. They aren't monarchs. They aren't kings. They aren't people whose judgment we must implicitly trust. They're representatives who have to make a case to us about the things that they want to do, especially when they explicitly argued in their campaigning, in their bid to have the power that they have, when they explicitly argued that they would not do this. This was not on their agenda. And Trump and his allies during the 2024 election consistently said again and again that they had no intention of starting new wars. Guess who was a chump, I suppose? The tens of millions of Americans who believed them. Now, I argued at the time, and I've been arguing that you shouldn't have believed them, that these were obvious lies. But it remains the case that this is the case the president made to the American people, and then has never bothered to try to argue anything differently. He just had a State of the Union. He had a perfect opportunity to make a case for war in Iran to the American people, and he declined to do it. Not only did he decline to do it, again, thus robbing Americans of the ability to say no or to define the terms of the conflict or to just give their buy-in to what might happen. Not only did he do that, but then he announced this while the country was sleeping. He announced it under cover of darkness, which to me is another sign that this is fundamentally deceptive, that he knows he is exercising unlawful authority, that he knows that he is doing something that may not get public buy-in. And rather than try to get that buy-in, he's just acting unilaterally. There's actually a larger argument to make here about how this unilateral action, because you know you're not going to get support, is an indication of presidential weakness, right? A confident and strong president goes to the public secure in the knowledge that he can persuade them or he has allies that can do so.
I
But this
actually
president
agree
who
with
has
that
never
part.
bothered with the
Dude, if he knew that he had an argument, he'd have motherfucking like, hey, Congress, you know, America, call your congressman to support this very good reason for bombing the shit out of Iran. Trump is full of shit. It's Operation Epstein Fury, not Operation Epic Fury. It's just there. I'm pretty convinced that, yeah, you know what? If we had taken care of Iran's nuclear capabilities the first time around, there would be no need for this. But what people like my buddy Cellulite, look at this motherfucker. Cellulite is just a fucking idiot. So Cellulite is like, finally, thank God. Finally, thank God for what? Motherfucker, I thought your boy Trump did this shit last March. This is a sad MAGA black moment. Finally, thank God. Dude, when you get a brain, Cellulite, I will go finally, thank God as well.
The task of political persuasion simply imposes and asserts. This has rendered him very unpopular, but it also is a betrayal on the American public. We are being jolted every which way in service of the president's narrow interest and particular preoccupations. And here's where all of this illegality really matters.
What's this guy's name?
Any regular process for trying to get
Jamel
public
Bowie.
buy-in
He's
for
a
war
New York
or
Times
any kind of
columnist.
military assault, if these are just going to be sudden, and the Venezuela one was sudden over cover of darkness as well, if these are going to be sudden actions, sudden aggressive actions, not taken because of an imminent threat, but taken because essentially the president and his allies feel like they can do it, if we are going to be assassinating leaders, making these incursions, doing regime change, trying to fundamentally change the internal politics of other countries through aggressive military force, and there'll be no process, nothing, no chance, no opportunity for the American public to say no, then what we have is the worst kind of lawless international aggression that has led to disaster and ruin in decades and eras past. Which is just to say that I think we should expect more of this from the president. This seems to be his MO. And as he declines in domestic politics, as he becomes more unpopular, as his domestic agenda slows to a halt, and given the high likelihood that he'll suffer a major political defeat in November, then what he has in terms of his ability to control is foreign affairs. And he is asserting a unilateral right to use violence. He's grown quite comfortable with that use of violence, and it seems to bring him and the people around him some measure of edification. So January, Venezuela, February, Iran. I think we should expect something else in the months that follow.
It's tough.
Let's see, is this him? You're muted, Stan.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Goldie Gamari and her locks looking at all this military footage bullshit.
I think they shut down it switched over to Jay Dyer now.
All right, well,
he's still on though. Agenda Free still going.
Oh yeah, well, this is delayed. this may end. And Natasha, oh, I don't think they'll do this to Canada, but you never know. It might be a veiled warning, dear.
What the Canada just going to destroy itself? We don't have to do
No,
nothing. We'll just be
Canada's
here when they
perfectly
fall.
fine.
Canada's fine.
What is to stop Trump from bombing Canada?
You don't have to do anything to bomb Canada. You seen their property prices?
I don't care about
Canada's
any of
drowning
that.
economically. Yeah.
You don't have
Natasha,
to
Georgia is always a place you can come and be safe. Bring your whole family, bring, husband, kids. You'll be fine here in Georgia.
They would love
We
that
all
weather.
got,
You kidding me?
we all
They
got
would love that
guns.
weather.
we all got guns. No, she's married. So
It's sad.
anyway, let's see what else is on here.
I mean, look at all this military equipment we buy and spend on. I mean, we're going to use it somewhere. This is what we buy it all for. It's not for defense. We've been able to defend ourselves a long time ago. But it's to
We've
maintain
been
hegemony.
able to defend ourselves because there's oceans.
Yeah, well, that's the biggest defender. Yeah, they ain't gonna get past the ocean. Look at Japan
They
came the
can get
closest.
past it. We'll just know they're coming. And by the way, I honestly did not realize that Hawaii wasn't a state at the time. Who
Oh no,
knew?
yeah, no, that's why they turned it into a state after that.
Right.
We won Hawaii in the Spanish-American War. So it was part of us. It just wasn't a state. It's like Puerto Rico, the Caribbean, the Virgin Islands, Philippines, Guam, and Hawaii. We won all of that in the Spanish-American War. We gave the Philippines their own rights, and then we kept a base on there, and then the Japanese took it in, I think, 1936. And that's when McCarthy was like, I shall return. And boy, did it.
Can I ask, Stanley?
Yeah, sure.
Are you anti-American?
No.
I don't think you are. But I
Well,
have to
why
ask.
would I be anti-American? I grew up here and served in the Navy.
It's Georgia boy.
And you were an
I'm anti-dumb American. I think America could do a lot better if it educated its children better, and it was the sort of government that could attract actual smart people into the government
You were an officer
in
as
leadership
well.
positions.
Yeah, he was an officer in the Navy.
Is
But
that true?
I think Untrackable knows this.
No, I say he was asking you, Stan. You were an officer in the Navy, right? Or an officer.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Yeah, I was. I was in 03, just the Army captain. I was a Navy lieutenant.
Yeah.
The railroad tracks.
No, fair game is fair game.
I think America can be better, and I think Donald Trump is dragging us in a direction that doesn't need to be. And quite frankly, probably we haven't had a good president since Obama.
Well,
He made his mistakes, but he wasn't Trump. He wasn't dumb.
that type of stuff aside, there are very many veterans over the past 20 years of many
25.
different ages.
Yeah.
You give 20
veterans who have what?
Well, 20 years of war.
Well, are you saying that, and this is something that I will absolutely demand, if I could, dude, even fucking Reagan at least put on a uniform. George
Well,
Bush was
well,
an actual hero.
well,
We went,
is it not
dude.
okay?
This is something, and hold on one second, Trackable. If I had my perfect world, American presidents should have spent some time in the active military, not even, Reagan being, in some services branch of the army or whatever it was he was in. They need to be goddamn line officers. They need to have risked their lives leading men. And
I
if
think
you haven't
everybody should go
fucking
through the
done
circuit.
that, if you haven't fucking done that, then you don't need to be president. Don't
Well,
ever, Mr. President Bonespur, don't ever say that's how war is. There'll be casualties. Motherfucker, if you haven't led people who could potentially be casualties, then you don't need to be president of the United States. That should be not in law, but it should be a democratic norm. Motherfucker, if you have not led men or women, or if you're a woman who, you need to be combat arms. That's what they call them in the army.
well, I
Line
mean,
officer.
I have been called less than nothing. Do you understand that?
By whom?
Even as a veteran, I have been called
Wait,
less
hold
than
it.
nothing
You have been called less than nothing by whom?
by other veterans.
Like during boot camp and
What?
stuff. During training.
What on earth are you talking about?
They break you up to build you back up. Break you down to build you back up.
Oh no!
Oh, you mean in boot camp?
I went through the thing. Yeah, I served 5 years and 9 months. How about that, to be specific? 5 years and 9 months.
Seems like you're a veteran to me.
I have been called less than nothing.
Why?
Because I didn't do what other people did.
Okay,
as
you're being
far-
rather cryptic.
Well,
Because
as
you
far
were in the Navy, we call them mess specialists because you were a cook.
Because he was in combat, I guess, yeah.
Because of my job.
Motherfucker, where do you think those chow halls go?
I was gonna say, don't combat
Those
do
hot
combat have
class
cooks?
A. Well, wait, hold it. Those, dude, I've been, and when I was in, hold on one second, Trackable.
Okay.
When I was in Army ROTC, I had a scholarship in college. So I've been to that Camp All-American shit where, you are out in the field like most of those, 3 months, 4 months? So having a hot class A meal, motherfucker, you're not nothing. You are fucking everything. What in the fuck?
Trust me. I know what I am. I know what.
Motherfucker, so do I. Motherfucker, this shit is hot. It's not an MRE. Motherfucker, if I could hop over the chow line, I'd kiss you.
But I've had I have had things said to me. I have been questioned. But only I did what I did. And
Everybody got a role to play in the military. You're there for support.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like a medic. A medic doesn't doesn't go out there shooting and guns ablazing, but they're out there saving lives, dude. You're feeding people.
If you want to role play as hey, I did this, that, or the other, good luck for you. Good luck for each and every one of you. but I actually did shit. Yeah, no, I was never deployed. My time never came. But the miles under my feet and how I treated myself. I was 100% all the time. So if anybody wants to question me about 20 years ago,
Well, wait, hold it. Have I ever offended you?
No, this
no,
is like a
No,
PSA.
well, no, I mean on your military service, no. I hope,
No.
dude. If I ever have, I abjectly apologize.
Where did you go when they did this? Somebody did it to him. It's bothering him.
Yeah, I fucking hope it wasn't me. God
No, there's a
damn
lot
it,
of
dude.
channels
If
you
I
go
did
to.
it,
People just start
hold
talking
on.
shit.
Untrackable, we don't do that here. And if I did, let me know immediately so I can abjectly apologize.
Yeah, I ain't even from the military. I appreciate y'all.
no, Stanley, you have treated me like an A1 since day one. But I can say during my service, you know, it wasn't so welcoming. It was like you're this, or give me some of that shit, and you know, and those people, they weren't performing like I performed. I didn't ask for more. I never did more. I just did my frickin' job. Is that so hard to ask of a person to just do your fucking job? But the physical part of it, the the outside of your job. Uh, yeah, I went to the gym every single day. I worked 16 hours and I still went to the gym. And we did 5K. And they gave me a fucking t-shirt. Um, I was the best that I could be when I was 25 years old. Now I'm 42 years old.
Motherfucker, I'm 61. You're still the best you can be. Stop acting like you're old.
It's not about being old. It's that I'm so tired of watching crybabies. I am so tired of being a babysitter. I am so tired of watching losers.
Hey, I'm listening. Be right back. Don't stop. I'm listening.
I it took a lot for me to transition to the civilian world. And I don't think I've fully transitioned. So when I see these young, even people my own age, it's like, oh, hey, you got a job. Congratulations. I'm not playing your fucking games. I want them to succeed because I need teammates. But I can't hold your hand. I get days off. And when I'm not here, you have to hold down the fort. And when I come back and they say, "Oh, thank God," that hurts my feelings. I'm so sorry for these weak people that exist, that love America so much. They love the freedoms so much, but they put in absolute zero effort. And then when somebody like maybe you or I steps in, it's like, well, I didn't like the way you talked to me. It's like, I could be a lot worse. You have no clue. I just want you to do your job. Is that so hard to ask? And that becomes offensive. So yeah, that I have an issue with that these days. I'm sorry. I don't mean to disrupt or take away from whatever it was that you were putting down, but
Oh, you're good. You're good. Yeah. So it was a chill stream by the time you came up here. Just speak whatever on your mind.
Mother Bugger, there's no plan to this show.
Yeah.
It's a pop-up. Do what you will. Say what you want to say, and let's talk about it.
I have a hard time giving the knowledge in the appropriate manner to people that are going to be my teammates. And then when they fail, my supervisors come and be like, "Hey, what's wrong with so-and-so?" I'm like, hey, you got cameras, motherfucker. Why don't you look at them? But they put it on me. And I'm like, I'm about to start asking for more money. Because if you want me to put it on them, you have to give me some authority. Because, like I said, I am a non-commissioned officer. And when I give you information, and I give you the knowledge, and I give you the equipment, I expect success. Yeah. But
So what rank what level of NCO did you achieve?
Well, I went through the non-commissioned officer academy at Fort Bliss. My rank.
Understood. What level did you achieve? E5, E6, E7?
I was in E4. I did not have enough points per the Army because Army and they do points. It's like, well,
so I understand that system. So E4 in what, 5.5 years?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It seems kind of sad, doesn't it?
I don't know.
It was sad to me.
Well, what was the reason?
Points.
Well, define points in, because maybe I don't know. Usually about 5 or so, it's E6.
Awards.
I've known 7-year E7s.
I mean, there's some fast trackers out there, but
yeah.
But points.
I mean, I don't know what the MOS, but in the Navy, they're mess specialists. It could take a while. Some rates move faster if you're a special operator or, one of the MOSs that, are line like war fighters. You move up faster. But mainly because you get more opportunities. You know, they're gonna let you lead a platoon, even if you're like a fucking E5. Or, you know, definitely in the E6. You know, if you lead a platoon, you know, in some, you know, FTX or something like that, you know, there you're gonna get some notice. You lead them successfully, hell yeah. You know, the points you're gonna get are gonna be a lot of points. So the opportunity is less there in your MOS. Did you ever want to change it, or did you ever get the opportunity to change it? Talk to us about that.
My opportunity to change. So I had re-enlisted at
In
5
what
years.
year? When did you re-enlist? 2, 4? I forget about the Army.
Yeah,
I think
so
you can do what, every couple years?
well, my initial contract was 5 years. So re-enlistment
Okay.
came up at my 4 years. And
Gotcha.
I was
So
basically
why'd you get out at 5.5?
So I was basically voluntold that if I didn't go to Korea, they were going to do a stop loss.
Okay.
That was their.
So why didn't you go to Korea?
I did. I re-enlisted.
Oh, okay.
So that took it from 5 years. Well, from the moment it restarted my 5 years, but
Gotcha.
it took it from whatever it was at 4 years, and then I got out at 5 years and 9 months. So I went to Korea again. But like I said about points, I tried.
Okay, then teach me about points, because I don't. And I've been out since shit. I got out in 1995, so it's been a while. And you know, I lost people on my second deployment, especially. You know, because fat farms. You know, the military does culls. You know, CULLs.
I know
Occasionally. Yeah, it's kind of like a, you know, a layoff. You know, if you are overweight, they'll give you, we used to call them like, we'll send you to the fat farm. So you know, you can lose weight. And, you know,
So you
every now and
understand.
again, the military does that.
So you understand what flags are? Like you're
Army
overweight.
is
You
different than Navy. I bet I understand it might be, you know, another term or name or something.
Oh, okay. So I
When
spent
you
some
say
time.
points,
I was a cook.
I'm not
I-
exactly sure.
So I was a cook.
Wait,
And
hold it. Were you fucking up? Was it a disciplinary thing?
no, I was the one helping others.
Okay.
But I don't get points for helping others. I help them. So like a flag means you cannot get any awards, you cannot get any promotions, stuff like that. And
What
if you
was the
fail
flag for?
if you fail your PT test, you
Okay, so
you
you
can't.
failed a PT test. Yeah, I've seen that
No,
before.
no. I never failed anything.
Mhm.
Don't get it twisted.
Well, no, I'm asking. You need to tell me. I'm trying to understand what your, you know, what the points were for or even are.
Yeah. And you know what I was
Is it
doing.
for bad evals? And I can't remember what they call them in the Army, but I bet they're called evals.
Yeah.
Bad
Nothing
evals.
ever came against me. But the
Okay,
things that I
that's
was
cryptic.
doing. What's that?
That is cryptic. Did you get top-notch evals?
I mean,
Okay,
I
yes or
never.
no?
No, there's.
Okay, so your evals weren't good. Now we're making progress. Why were your evals not good?
I think we're talking about different things, and I think I answered that
And
question.
I don't think we are. Were your what do they call them? In the Army, you get evals like every year.
You get an
You get
NCO ER.
ER. Okay. If what is it? Evaluation report. What's an ER? Like your commanding officer, be he an O1, O2, O3.
Yeah.
It goes up the chain of command all the way up, depending on what your rank is, all the way up to the O6. Did you get top-notch ERs?
Well, my time as an NCO was limited.
My question is, did you get top-notch ERs? Not about your time as an NCO.
Yeah. As far as I know, they were par, I guess you could
So
say.
your boss never sat down and said, "Hey, let's talk about your ER," because they're required to do that. They don't keep them secret.
Well, no, we never had these conversations.
Okay, then it is hard, dude. I have had to. I've had to, dude. Every in the Navy, if you are evaluating an E1 through an E7 or E8, you have to sit down and do their performance review. You have to tell them how they can improve or where they're doing well, keep it up. You never had any of those conversations in the 5.5 years you were in the Army?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, then that's my question. They never gave you any sort of review of your performance?
But you
And
understand.
if they did, what was their review of your performance?
I mean, if you can imagine,
I've
like,
given those performance reviews. I've had them for my bosses. It's a military thing. They do it at
so
least once a year.
so if you can imagine somebody just being like, "Hey, um, this is a standard printup. Just need you to sign it. You sign it, and you move on."
So they in 5.5 years, they never sat down and talked with you about this.
Never had any complaints come to you.
Yeah, they never said, "Hey, you need to do this better."
No.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Well, you know what? This is becoming more and more believable.
Outside of Article 15's, the performance
Did you get
review.
an Article 15?
Yeah, I got 2 of them.
Okay, well that might be the point. And yeah, that's not a good thing, right?
Oh, it's definitely not a good thing.
Okay, well that explains it.
Well, is that something to hold
Okay,
over somebody's
listen
head
to what
if you're
I
not gonna
just
bring it
said.
up?
That explains it.
But if you're not gonna bring it up
You
over the
brought it
next
up. I kept asking you for like an hour. Why, dude? In Article 15 is a problem and it's hard to overcome, especially if you get 2 of them. Isn't that like violence?
No, it's non-judicial punishment.
Oh, well, fuck. Captain's mast is what we called it in the Navy. Yeah, Article 15. But what were the Article 15s for? Fighting or
drinking underage?
drinking underage? And did you ever report late for duty?
Curfew violation.
Okay, so you got 2 of them in 5 years.
Was that at the
That
same
right.
time? Was it both for the same
And
thing?
how
Like they
many
had late?
warnings? Because they don't just send you, they don't just give you an Article 15. They document it. They don't just slap you with an Article 15. There was paperwork that led to the Article 15, correct?
I am very aware.
So am I. I've had to sign that paperwork
And
before.
I did my best to even
You
prevent.
did your best, but my problem with this story is I now understand. Why were you drinking so much? Why were you late? Where was your sergeant first class counseling you? Hello?
Might be a little bit more relaxed in the Army.
Are you still here?
No, it's not.
I don't know. Go ahead, Untrackable.
All I have to say is don't be pissed off because the Army had standards and you didn't meet them.
Yeah.
You knew what the standards were, right?
Hey, and
Okay, I'm just asking you a simple question. You knew what the standards were, right? Correct? You knew what the standards were, and if you didn't meet them, it's okay too, but don't be disappointed if you don't meet them. You know,
yes.
you're
Did you
not
get
going to
promotions
succeed.
after that?
Yeah, yes, sir. I understand.
Did you get promotions
Okay,
after that?
look, it would never get to the surface.
I
Did you
failed.
have bad E7s or E6s or even E5s?
I
They
had
weren't your E5, your E6, your E7. They never
I
counseled you.
I had
My
amazing.
question is, did it ever make it up to the sergeant first class? And surely he counseled you.
I had amazing leadership on the enlisted team.
And you defied them?
I failed.
Then that's fine too. You failed. That explains it. Now, can we move on from here? It's not a matter of points and all that stuff. I think you got down to the crux of it. You failed. Stop blaming your E7.
I would never blame them. They
You said
led
you
me.
failed, and dude, just deal with it.
They led me to be a better person. Not
Good.
not to promotion, but to be a better person. So when I said goodbye,
Now, how much NADAP? How much did you get an honorable discharge? Tell me about the NADAP first.
the what?
NADAP? You know, there's a whole program for people who drank too much in the military, at least back when I was in the Navy. Did they ever send you to like counseling for alcoholism?
Yes.
Then I'll stop there. Now I know.
Okay.
So, that's that.
Cooks are known to be drunks too. Just
Are they really? Were
a lot
you
of chefs
ever
are
in the
drunks.
army, John? Were you
No,
ever
no.
in the army?
Just saying, like cooks and I know a lot of cooks,
Wait,
and
no,
they're
no,
all
no.
fucked up, dude.
Military cooks are not like civilian, like in some
No, I know, but
restaurant.
I'm just trying to make a little lighthearted joke here. It's just like, well, cooks are known to be drunks anyway, and even in the civilian world,
Yeah, but
they're known
military
to drink a lot.
cooks, mess specialists, and I'm sure that name has changed by now. But the bottom line is, Untrackable. Now I understand, and it's not like the end of the world.
No, it's not.
Did you leave the military, the army, with an honorable?
Yes.
Good. Well, then that's all you need. You got your DD-214. You're good.
Yeah, I think it's an RE1.
Don't care. It's a DD-214. Now, I imagine if you got your DD-214, you are golden.
I'm okay.
Good.
They don't give me anything, but
Are you in the VA system?
But I get to talk to people. That's more important.
Well, are you in the VA system?
Yeah, you might just have to get in touch with the right people, dude. You might just not be taking advantage of your benefits.
The VA, dude, let me tell you something. My father had been talking to me about being in the VA for probably 20 years. And, I am now. Get into the VA, sir.
Yeah, there's a channel on here. There's a guy, he works in the VA. He has
really?
videos that explain people like what to do to sign up.
Do you have that link?
His name is
Yeah,
Triple T.
The last thing to do is talk to doctors.
Yeah, no, this is a regular
No,
dude.
talk to doctors in the VA.
Yeah, Triple T. His name is Tim Faust, dude.
Tim Faust, Faust.
I think it's Foust. He's originally from Georgia, but he lives in Louisiana. But he's real big in country music right
this
now.
This is real important.
Yeah, he has dedicated shows to this stuff. He's got a really large index you gotta look for.
Thank God for John Strive, so I know this stuff.
Yeah, Tim, and he's retiring this year, but he knows all the people. I think it's Foust, but you can look up Triple T.
No, I found it.
Yeah, he's got 6 Purple Hearts or 5 Purple Hearts, Bronze Stars. He's
Motherfucker, really?
Yeah, dude, he's been blown up like 3 times.
Is this the guy?
Let me see. No. Let me see.
Let's try A.
Maybe try A, yeah. But I think he goes on here. His main channel is Triple T, but his wife has a channel. You reach out to Lori. Lori answers everybody, and she's yeah. So you go triple to write out triple and then write 3 T's.
I'm just some loser that.
Nah, I don't think so.
That happened
this
to
guy.
Yeah, he has people come in there all the time, and they ask him.
No, that's not him. Music reaction channel.
Yeah, he does a whole different thing. Go to his other channels and go to his wife's channel. Lori's the one you want to get in touch with. But he does this on this like this is his side thing right here. Triple T's music. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's big in country music, country rap music. Yeah.
Well, fuck.
He was a tank commander, drill sergeant.
Really?
He's been blown up. He lost he literally tells you stories when he died. Like he jinxed himself. He said it out loud.
Christ.
Yeah, they used to do the raids in he's been to Fallujah.
In Iraq?
Iraq.
Or Afghanistan.
Yeah. I know he's been to Iraq. I'm pretty sure he's been to both though. But yeah,
God, No, that's some shit. Dude, I was just Navy, which is dangerous enough. Those motherfuckers are the actual heroes.
Yeah.
Lori's world.
My dog is freaking. Yeah, there's his wife. Yeah. She does her own thing too, but she's the one to get in touch with a lot of the military stuff. there's it in his library is huge. He has it on here. I mean, on the Triple T one where they talk about this. They give 3-4 hours shows. People call in.
Wow, really?
Yeah, he's been working for the VA for years since he left active duty.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy cow! Why don't I know about this?
His
sort of
son stuff?
is
I think a Secret Service agent, or he works as the in
Really?
DC. Yeah, they're all military.
You know, it's so funny. I don't know how to approach my son. This motherfucker needs to be a naval officer. Don't waste the talent.
Yeah, just tell show him about the achievements, and I wish I would have went.
Motherfucker, he knows.
He's
He
fucking lazy.
knows.
That's why I think it should be mandatory.
I don't
last 2
think
years
it,
of high school.
I don't know that he's lazy. I'll talk to him, and you know what? Whatever he decides, I'm just gonna, as a father, suggest, dude. I was way more confident after I led men. If you think you're smart, guess what? Motherfucker, when you actually apply the smart and you are successful, dude, that's an ego boost you can't get anywhere else.
But should he finish his degree first, then go right into it?
Oh, absolutely.
Right? That's
they got NROTC at fucking Georgia Tech. And let me tell you why I'm thinking this. 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 of the smartest officers I've ever met weren't from the Naval Academy. They were Georgia Tech graduates. Georgia Tech is motherfucking respected in the Navy.
You ain't shit until you've dealt with the people that you're leading.
Oh, absolutely, you're right. Motherfucker, they will come at you with all kinds of problems.
We will teach you a lesson. And then we will teach you.
Dude, I have stories. If I told y'all the story about before my second deployment, like 2 weeks before my second deployment, I had an E3 come and go because his at the time I didn't have an E7, but I got one just before the deployment, so I had an E6. So, this kid comes to the E6 and goes, "Can I have vacation? I want to get married before I deploy." This kid had no leave whatsoever. Like he was fucking, you can actually go negative leave, but he had 0. And he came to me because back then, up the chain of command. And I'm like, well, petty officer so and so, no, I can't do it. And he literally said, "Well, sir, I'm just gonna go UA." Now, in the Navy, unauthorized is unauthorized absence. I think they call it something different in the other branches. But you know what? I knew he was going to do it. And I'm like, I told him he shouldn't do it. But when he didn't show up the next day, I knew what the fuck he was up to. And you know what I didn't do? I'm like, oh shit, where is he? It's like, where? He was a good kid. He was a hard worker. And for 2 days, I'm like, well, I don't know where he is. Oh my Lord. So this motherfucker shows up like after 5 days with a ring on his goddamn finger. And they took him to captain's mast. And you know what? I played ignorant. Like, yeah, and I disapproved the leave, but I had no clue what he was gonna do. Dude, my XO my 04 was so fucking pissed off. Dude, it made me laugh. So the XO in 04 calls me into his stateroom and he's like, "Well, Stanley, what did you think you were doing?" And I'm like, "Sir, I didn't know." So he's like, "Cross, I think you have your own agenda." And I looked at him and I went, "XO, your agenda is my agenda. There's not a goddamn thing they could do about it, but dude, that motherfucker worked so hard on that fucking Red Sea deployment. Dude, he was married and fucking happy. And you know what? I I don't think the captain did shit to him. He went to mast and the captain was like, "Okay, you're restricted to this ship for 1 day, but we deploy tomorrow." That was that. The motherfucker had to stay overnight on the ship the night before we deploy. And by the way, he lived on the ship. Now he had that little ding on his record, but it was literally a hand tap. And it was all because his little officer just played dumb. I am so I'm so goddamn proud of that. Dude, that kid s- haven't shit, I lost track of him. Like I haven't seen him since like 1992. But I bet he's still married. And it's because fuck, what was I going to do? He's a good kid. He wanted to get married and he was too dumb to like, you know, manage his leave well. But dude, we're deploying for fucking 6 months. If you lose yourself, it'll take you a couple days for me not to find you. It was so funny.
My great aunt.
My exo was pissed as a dude. I don't think I'd ever seen him so pissed. Dude was fucking turning red in the face, and he knew there was nothing he could do. And the captain, who was like the smartest man in the Navy, and there's a whole story because he was a nuclear engineer. Yeah, this motherfucker was like, I heard it from third or fourth party sources. He was considered the smartest man in the Navy, at least the nuclear engineers. He gave him 1 day. Yeah, you're on this ship. We're deploying tomorrow. Be here. And I motherfucking engineered the shit. And you know what? My captain and I never talked about it, but dude, that was a W for Stanley. My XO was so pissed off. So, Untrackable, what's up? I see you're unmuted. Your military has splintered. Our military is fine. Our military has poor leadership, starting with the commander in chief, Clarence.
Yeah, I had to give one of my soldiers an L. And I did my best to defend them, but the powers that be said no. The lines are drawn, and you have no say. I was like, you want me to be accountable for this person? And then you want to, send them through the ringer.
Okay, give us more details. You had to say no about what?
Well, I had people above me.
Mm-hmm. As we all do in the military.
And we came home from an exercise. And some people live off post.
Mm-hmm.
And this person was told by somebody that was not my boss. Or was my boss. I guess you could say was my boss told somebody through without me that hey, you can go home. It's over. But then they found a missing computer. And so now everybody's locked down in the motor pool. Nobody can leave. And the military police were involved. The El Paso police were involved. CID was involved. And from like 4:00 in the evening, when she was said, "Hey, just go home," by somebody that wasn't me, she went home. The rest of the unit, anybody that lives in the barracks, we were tight. And it went past midnight. Only to come find out that that computer that they were looking for never made it to the field. That's why it was unaccounted for. It didn't count for coming back because it never made it out in the first place. And we're all out there in the motor pool. And then they do an accountability formation. And guess who's not there? My soldier. Like, I let her go. I took accountability. I said, I let her go. But when it came down to punishment, the E7.
What on earth?
The E7 that said, you live off post, go ahead and go. No big deal. Didn't speak up.
What up?
Yeah. No, it
What's
didn't.
happening?
It really didn't matter what I said, because I said everything in the book. I said, hey, she said, she told me, and then, my soldier related to me, and I was like, well, if she said, then, handle your business.
What are you talking about?
Well, why don't you ask him? I guess you did. He's talking about a army story.
Oh, our army story.
What are we? Are you looking for entertainment, tough guy?
What's going on, Stanley? You tell me, man. You got a show. You got a YouTube channel, motherfucker.
We're sitting here. Look at that! Look at that ship I was on.
Oh, that's your ship that you was on?
Back in the early 90s. It's at the bottom
Nice.
of the Atlantic. It's at the
Oh,
bottom
is
of
it?
the Atlantic now.
Oh, really? It got shot down?
Mm-hmm.
That.
Oh no! It was decommissioned. And
That
they
that
use these old ships as target practice, as well they should.
that resulted in my coworker suffering. Uh, it's superficial. You call it what you want, but extra duty for 45 fucking days and half pay. So, you tell
Yeah, they
me.
got you. They got
Was
you by
it
the
was
balls
it
when you sign
well,
your time.
hold on, tough guy. Untrackable, was it a deserved punishment?
Hell no.
Oh, really?
But they got you by the balls if you're in the
the
military, Stanley.
the person
No, they
said
don't, tough guy.
go
Yes,
home.
they do.
The
You
No,
can't
they
person
do
don't.
shit.
Tough guy.
hold
Whoa,
on.
whoa, 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 whoa. Tough guy. Have
Hold on.
you ever been in the military?
The person that said go
Okay,
No, but
what
I
home.
I
got
need you to do,
my whole
what I
fam,
need you to do, okay,
my whole family
motherfucker.
is from the military.
If you don't trust your family, if you haven't had the personal experience, you sound like a fool. You don't know.
I'm from
Is
Leavenworth,
okay.
Kansas.
I don't give a motherfuck,
Oh,
tough
so you
guy.
don't know what Leavenworth
If
is?
I don't give a motherfuck, tough guy, which part
I'm
don't you
asking you.
understand?
You don't know what Leavenworth
And
is?
I am telling
We're
you, I don't give a motherfuck.
born in Leavenworth.
All
If
right.
you have
All
not
right.
personally
Were
All
you
right.
born
keep
in
doing that,
Leavenworth?
Yes,
okay,
that's where
god
I'm from.
damn it,
I wasn't born.
now
I was born in
I'm
St. Joe.
getting annoyed. Tough guy, if you haven't experienced it personally, it's a
Annoyed
secondhand
about what,
story.
Stanley? Why you
I
getting that old? Why
don't
you
need to
getting
know.
so old? You
I
getting
don't
annoyed
need
now?
to know nothing about. You don't know
Were
what the
you
fuck you're
born in
talking about.
Leavenworth? If you're
You
going to talk about,
literally,
or
okay, you'll go to Untrackable next. Don't overtalk me, goddammit.
I'm sorry.
Tough
Why you
guy,
asserting
if
your
you have
authority
a
over me
tough
like that?
guy, because motherfucker, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Keep listening to your family. If you haven't experienced it personally, it's secondhand information and it doesn't work. Don't motherfucking tell me about the military I was in and you weren't. I don't give a fuck about your family.
That was the
Stanley,
military you're in,
I
Stanley.
don't give a
You were
fuck
on a ship.
about the. See, this dummy does not understand how I work. You've known me for a couple years now, tough guy.
Stanley,
If you can't speak from firsthand experience, I don't care about your family's experience.
Stanley,
Why are you
I've
so
known.
angry, Stanley? You getting
Okay,
old, man.
because I am annoyed at your
Calm
stupid
down.
point.
Calm down, sir.
No, bitch. No.
Hey, wait. Hey, watch your
I'm not gonna
motherfucking
give
mouth,
you
you fat
I'm not
motherfucker.
going to give you a break, tough guy.
I don't give a goddamn
My
neither,
question
nigga.
to you,
You
tough
jelly roll
guy.
donut stomach motherfucker.
My question to you, tough guy.
Is
Have you
what?
ever been in the military?
No, I
Yes or
told you
no?
that. I
Okay,
said
then
no.
bitch, don't
No,
tell me.
wait. Watch that
Don't
B word.
don't tell me about bit. Wait,
I'm a
hold it.
man. I'm
I
a
can't
man.
call
Ain't no
you a
bitches
bitch.
over here.
May I make
You
a
sound like a
statement?
bitch if you are not telling me your firsthand
I
experience.
don't give a damn what you talking about.
Oh,
Watch that
motherfucker,
damn B
I'm gonna
word.
stand on the B
Watch
word.
that B.
You
Well,
don't.
you gonna stand? Okay,
Whoa,
that's
no,
what you gonna stand
motherfucker,
on,
it's my
and you
goddamn
gonna be
panel.
that. Then you
I
gonna be
will
that.
say, I will
Well,
call you
stand
a
on it.
bitch many
You
times.
talking to yourself.
I'm
Stanley,
talking to you,
You
tough
talking to
guy.
you. No, you talking to
I am
yourself, Stanley.
talking to you,
Don't try
tough
to
guy.
project on
Don't
me.
give me
Don't project.
secondhand.
Don't do the
Oh,
projection,
motherfucker.
Stanley.
Don't be a bitch on my panel.
You talking to yourself, Stanley.
Don't be a bitch on my panel.
You talking about
You sound
Stanley Cross. That's what you talking about.
a woman when
Stanley
you're telling
Cross.
me about what
That's what
your
you
husband
talking.
said.
That's what you,
Did your
Stanley Cross.
husband tell you about
You're
the
projecting
military?
Stanley Cross.
I am literally laughing at
Stanley
you
Cross.
right now, son.
Stanley Cross. See, you made him
Tough
leave,
guy.
man.
Sky
You
the
made him leave,
drummer.
man. You made him. What,
Sky, I
man?
don't. He'll be
Why
back.
It's not Sky the drummer. It's that drummer Sky.
Oh, now you're gonna be persnickety?
Well, I'm
I
just being
didn't call you
precise.
a
Yes, I'm being
what does this
precise.
sound
Yes.
like? What does this sound like if I don't get your name exactly right?
It don't matter. I'm just letting you
To
know what it is.
me, it sounds rather female. I gotta get everything right.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, okay.
All
Don't
right.
be talking about shit you don't know.
Don't get jumped, Stanley. You get jumped.
I'm not gonna be jumped by you,
Yeah.
Sky
It'll
the
be
drummer
by
or
me,
the
myself,
drummer.
and
Wait,
I. We
hold on.
gonna
Is
fuck
it
you up,
Sky the
nigga.
drummer or the drummer Sky?
It's gonna be me, myself, and I. It's gonna fuck you up, nigga. It's
Yeah,
gonna
and
jump
you
your
know
ass.
what? It is only one.
No, that's three. Me, myself, and I.
Dude,
We gonna fuck you up.
you are not
Yeah, we.
Christianity.
Matter of fact, yeah, that's
There
four of us.
is no
We gonna
God,
fuck
the
you up.
Holy Spirit, and Jesus. You're
We
not
gonna jump
that.
you, nigga. We gonna kick you in your kneecaps, nigga. You
John,
can't walk.
you unmuted. What you got?
Nah, I was just I just came back from the bathroom real fast, and it was just like, where did Untrackable go?
He left, man. We start
I don't
arguing.
know. I think I don't know. He's a family man. Probably his daughter or somebody needed his assistance.
Oh, probably, yeah. He probably hurt my mouth. They probably left.
I don't think you had much to do with it there. Have you and Untrackable had words?
No, I was saying my mouth, my profanity, my me.
Dude, you do know you're a lightweight, right?
Well, I mean, I know you say motherfucker.
You don't have the force of thunder and weather and hurricanes that you think you do.
Well, I mean, I don't have control in the channel. I can't put people in the bag.
No, you don't have. You are not the force to be reckoned with. Is my point. No
Well, I
one
mean, I guess that
considers
would
you.
be by.
No one
I guess.
considers you. No one fears you when you come up on a panel.
Well, I wouldn't say fears me, but
You are a very cool guy. We enjoy talking to you, but dude, you don't instill the fear you think you do.
Well, who said it was about fear? Who said it was about more like intellect and
Okay, then tell me what it's about.
wit?
Why should we be
So you're
afraid
saying
of
that I
tough
don't
guy?
have intellect or wit or charisma?
No, I'm saying you don't
Well, what the
scare
fuck are you
people.
saying then?
I'm literally saying you don't scare people.
I ain't trying to scare nobody. Big cheeks.
Okay, well, that's all I'm saying then.
All right then. Oh, big head ass. What you playing? Are you? Hey, did you show the bombs that's getting blown up and shit?
Yes, we have spent hours looking at it.
Hey man, that's crazy, right? What do you think about that, Stanley? I haven't heard your take. Can you please talk to me? I know you've been talking about hours, but I just came up.
I think it's unsurprising. I think look at the title of the show and read it. It is the Epstein. It is Operation Epstein Fury.
You think he's just trying to cover up? It's a cover up.
Yes,
but it's actual war.
Who started it?
What do you mean who started it?
No, I don't agree with that, John.
Iran started it when they started killing.
You mean right now? Who started it? Or
yeah. Okay. Strives
30,000 dead.
Or who finished it? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think. I simply.
Are you saying that who started or who finished it? Is that what you asking?
I think all we were looking for was a reason.
Okay. See, let's actually think of this a different way, tough guy. Iran started it back in 1979.
Okay, so we
was
finished.
Old enough. Don't talk until I'm done, please. I remember Iran basically got rid of Jimmy Carter.
Yep.
That was my favorite president.
That's the last time that
I think we had that was the best president.
Okay, I need you to don't talk until I'm done. I'll let you
Damn,
know.
man, why you gotta just be the center of attention?
Because you're being annoying right now.
No, I'm annoying you.
You are.
Okay.
Iran. The last time Iran had an effect on a U.S. election was 1979. I guess into 80. They kept the hostages there until I think they released them like on January.
Yeah, they waited
The
till after the election.
day after Reagan was inaugurated.
Yep.
They're like, oh, here they are. That's the last time I can remember Iran having an effect on an election. I think Trump is making shit up. I think Trump understands the pickle he's in. I think a lot of I don't think Trump understands that, or maybe he does and he doesn't give a fuck. Trump is fucking the Republican Party way worse. It's like, dude is doing irreparable damage to
What
the
was
Republican Party.
Romney and McCain when they ran? Didn't they say they were going to bomb Iran?
You know what? I
Didn't Hillary say
would
that?
take McCain. I would vote for McCain right now or Romney. Oh, dude, I
Hillary?
would vote for fucking George Bush.
Why? Because he was the son of an admiral?
No, because Trump is a fucking horrible president. Trump is the nadir of the goddamn. And Natasha, it's the second time since I've known you that I'm using this word, but I understand what azimuth and nadir. I've done celestial navigation. That's how I know the words in the Navy. Trump is an atrocious president. He has no class. He has no fucking dude. Daddy bought him his Ivy League degree. Trump is a fuck up. And I talked earlier about white mediocrity. Trump he has failed up his whole life. So, any questions? Tough guy, John. MOT salute.
I got to mute for a minute. The dog's barking.
Crazy.
No one has anything to say?
No, Stanley, you talk very long. You make everything.
Oh, motherfucker, it's my goddamn channel. I can talk all night.
My dog's freaking out. I had to close my
give
door.
other people
Obviously,
a
with
chance
your
to talk
permission,
too.
tough guy.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. What's been going on with you, by
You
the way,
long-winded
tough guy?
motherfucker.
I haven't talked to you in a bit.
I know. Shit. I'm
Did
trying
you
to
get the
fucking
move done? How's your daughter?
Yeah, she's good. I seen her today. I'm be doing the U-Haul thing and all that shit this week. I had to settle a few things. But yeah, that's it really. Doing the damn thing, man, getting it done.
Well, did you catch me on my newest girlfriend on the internet?
Your newest girlfriend?
RLM? No, I don't.
I think Tough Guy came on afterwards.
Yeah, I was trying to catch your ass, but you was gone, nigga.
Well, catch me to do what? Tell me
Well,
not
because
to
I
talk
seen you
shit?
up there, but I went on somebody else's panel first.
Dude,
to talk shit because of
you know what?
the topic they was talking about. I wanted to talk about it, and then I thought you was gonna be there when I come back. But by the time I got over there, you was asleep or something.
Well, let me put it to you this way. RLM is the nicest woman on the on YouTube. She just kind of let me get away with shit. Probably because I'm an old man. And
Yeah,
I'm
she's
gonna
cool,
use that.
man.
I'm gonna use that old man privilege as far as that surfboard will
You just
ride.
gotta know how to talk to her, man. That's all. A lot of these niggas don't know how to talk to her, but she know what it is when I talk to her.
You mean
Most
with
of these-
respect?
Most of them like when I talk to them.
So talk to a woman.
The only one I
with
really get
respect?
into it with is Mo. because Mo doesn't like my lifestyle, so she's biased, and then she.
Okay, wait, hold it. We're
She started.
talking about RLM. Where does Mo come into this?
No, I said most of the women in
Okay,
this space
no,
fuck
you're
with
not
me.
going to change the topic.
I'm not
Where
changing
does
the
Mo
topic.
Love come into? I was literally giving
I said
RLM a
most of the
compliment.
women I
Are
get
you in
along
love
with,
with
except
Mo?
for
Are
one.
you actually in love with Mo Love?
No, she just doesn't like my lifestyle. I think she
She
likes
just,
me.
and
She just
I'm
doesn't
talking
like.
about
She doesn't like what I do.
RLM. Okay, what you don't understand, sir, is you don't get to change the topic.
I wasn't changing the topic. I was just saying my
I
opinion,
think
and
you
then you
were.
got
I
deeper
was
into
talking
it.
about
We didn't have to.
RLM
We didn't have to
and
talk about none of that. You
oh,
wanted me to
oh,
expound on it and
oh,
shit.
whoa, boy, whoa,
Don't boy
boy,
me.
whoa,
Don't boy me.
boy,
Don't do
whoa,
that.
boy.
I'm a
I'm
grown ass
talking
man.
RLM and you're talking Mo Love.
Don't you
Whose
boy
show
me,
is
damn it.
this? Whose
Hey, you
show
heard me,
is
goddamn
this?
it. Don't you boy
Whose
me,
show
motherfucker.
is
I heard
this?
you. I heard you. It's your
Whose
show.
show
But
is
don't
it?
you boy me, goddamn it.
No, I said what I said, and I'm
I
not
don't
going to
give a damn
back
what you
down.
said. Don't
Do
boy
I
me.
need to call you boy again?
Do I need to kick your forehead in?
You're not going to do it tonight.
Building bars over there.
Motherfucker, leave me alone, Stanley. You trying to fight with me,
Came up
man.
here. Dude, how can I leave you alone when you came for the abuse?
I did not come for abuse. I came to support your show, motherfucker, and say my
Okay,
opinion.
well,
That's it.
tell us how much you love Mo Love.
She loves me too. She just
Does
plays
she?
hard to get.
Like that? Like that, though?
When I first met Mo Love, she know what it is, man. She just don't like
Oh,
my
I knew
lifestyle,
it.
like I said.
You actually love this woman.
No, it ain't that deep.
Yeah, you do. All
No,
you
it
can
ain't that
talk
deep.
about is Mo Love since you've been up here.
No, you keep making me expound on something I said. It
Yes,
was quick,
I
and
am
I said
twisting
other
your
things.
words and
And now
having
you
a
were like,
good old
oh,
time.
Mo love this and Mo love that. Nigga, that's all. Because I said Mo. And I didn't even say Mo
Motherfucker,
love.
we're going to have
I
to
just
fight
said
over
I
Mo
get
Love.
along with most of the women on the panels, except for one.
Do you
Mo
now?
be arguing with me. That's it. That's all I said, man. I mean, you gotta make
So
it be more than
arguing
what it
with Mo
is.
Love is getting along with her?
I said I
Game that
don't.
out for me. I
I
need you
said
to
I
game
don't
out
get
that
along.
theory.
That's the only one I really don't get along with sometimes because
But
she
you
does
love
not like
her.
my
You love
opinions
her
and
for
she does
that.
not like. No, I don't love her for it. I
Yeah,
don't
you
know why
do.
she be tripping.
Yeah, you
I don't know.
do.
She be tripping. But yeah, anyway,
You be
that's my homie. She know
you're
I love her. She
mad
love me
because
too.
she's not tripping on the drummer Sky.
I'm not tripping, and it's that, not the.
If you say so. So,
I'm just
have you ever
I'm just
been on
making you get it right.
LG's
That's
show?
all. I haven't been on her show. But I didn't
Have you
even know that
watched
she
it?
was going live till somebody said it. But I don't even know if I subscribe to it. I don't even know where her
Mhm.
shit is. So. Unless you put it in the back chat when I go before I go off, or even if I get a call, if it's in the back chat, I can grab
Yeah,
it
I'm
real
not
quick.
that. I'm probably not going to put it in the back chat unless
Yeah, I
you
don't know.
demand it.
No, I don't know her channel. I didn't even know she was going live like that. I ain't talked to her in a minute
Why not?
because I've been busy. I don't talk to most of y'all now. I talk to y'all niggas at night when I'm like at the end of my day or when I'm done
Mhm.
with shit or if I hear something and I got a moment and I gotta say, I'm
Yeti.
like, oh wait a minute, I gotta get up on here real quick and say my piece and then go back my business. That's how I do it. So yeah.
Hey, did you we got up to this channel got up to 300.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Look
we're
at
the
you, man. You got
300 now.
300, man.
We're the
Hey,
300 club.
that nigga Art got more subscribers than you.
And you know what? You know what? Art is, of course, Art has more subscribers than me. I'm not Art.
Why? Well, you don't go on camera either,
I have
and you
class.
don't let
I
people
have a
talk.
okay. I have class, I have soul, and I'm rather choosy.
No, your ass is old. You don't want to get on camera and be
And you
more
know what?
lively.
You know what? So
You
do you
lazy,
think art is
lazy,
okay? Wait, did you
retired.
just say art gets on camera?
Yeah, that's what he does.
Do you
That
look at
helps.
art that way?
No,
You
I'm saying when
appreciate
you get on
art you
camera,
appreciate
just like
art being on
CT.
camera, don't you?
No, even CT does it.
You subscribe to Art's
You even
channel
heard of
because he
you even
gets
heard
on
of
camera?
what's his name?
Do
Ant. You
you
know that he does it
subscribe to
too.
Art's channel because he
Nigga, you
gets on
heard you
camera?
nigga, you heard what I'm saying. Don't try to play me.
Oh no. And I'm twisting
Oh,
it.
don't
I
no
admit it.
me, nigga.
I
Don't be
admit
trying to
it.
no
I admit
no.
I'm gonna
You know
twist
what I'm
your
trying to say,
words
motherfucker.
against
Okay
you.
then.
I
So
know
watch
what
your
you're trying
motherfucking
to
self.
say. Do
All
you
right then.
understand what I'm going to
All right then.
project?
If you know what I'm
What
trying
you're
to say,
trying
then
to say
you
as?
already know what it is,
Are
nigga.
you in love with art?
Oh man, here we go, man. See, why you gotta
Yes,
be
here
on
we
the
go.
gay
I
shit,
told you
Stanley?
what I was going to do.
That's some gay shit, Stanley. You know
Because
I ain't with that
art
shit.
gets on camera all of a
No, most
sudden.
people
Do
that
you
have.
subscribe to Ert's
I didn't
channel?
say one person.
I bet you do.
I didn't say one person.
Mm.
Yeah. So
Yeti,
your narrative is done, but
Yeti says,
your narrative is
you
shut down,
appreciate
buddy.
a man who gets on camera. That is funny. That is
No,
actually
I did
hilarious.
not say that. Y'all are being gay. I don't appreciate
I
that
didn't
gay
say
shit.
you said it. I think Yeti would put this in the form of a question.
Whatever. Yeti is your yes man. He just happy he got a wrench. Motherfucker, shut your bitch ass up. I'm a
Motherfucker,
OG. I'm a OG at this channel. Hey man, you better let
Yeti
this
is
nigga know who the fuck I am,
DiCaprio level
Stanley.
funny.
Nigga, I'm the OG at this
Dude.
bitch, nigga.
Yeti is DiCaprio level funny. The one-liners, the simple questions that get to the root.
Well,
It
I'm the
makes
I'm
it
motherfucking
funny.
truth around this
Dude,
bitch,
I
nigga.
think it's a valid question. Do you appreciate a man who gets on camera?
No, that's gay. I don't appreciate a man who
Yes, I
shit.
think that was the insinuation of Yeti's
Yeah,
point.
I don't appreciate a
See, he
man for a
didn't have.
motherfucking thing. The
See,
only
this
man
is
I
the
appreciate is
beauty.
my father,
This
nigga.
is the beauty
That's the
of
man I
a
appreciate.
person who
And God,
understands
he
how to
ain't no man,
handle.
but
Yeti
that's
knows
it.
how to handle language. He doesn't have to ask a question. The implications, the inference that you take from his implication, dude, he didn't ask you the question, but you understood what the question was.
Because that was gay.
Brilliant, Yeti. Brilliant.
Shut your fat
See,
ass up and go make
this
some
is a
bread.
kind of motherfucking subtlety I love.
Go make some fresh tacos with your fat ass. Leave me
Motherfucker,
alone, Stanley.
I'm way past tacos.
Yeah, we'll go make some motherfucking pot roast with your big ass, nigga. Some cornbread, nigga. That actually sound pretty good, nigga. You
Motherfucker,
can make that
if I
up.
make cornbread, am I
I bet
gonna
you can make that shit
see
too. But it's been hot lately. It's been hot as fuck
y'all
over here. I don't
Cali
know what the weather's
folks?
like over there.
Do they even sell cornmeal in California?
Yeah, nigga, what the fuck you mean? It's
Motherfucker,
black
when's the
people
last
out
time
here.
when is the last time
It's
you
black people out
even
here. It's
had
very few,
when
but
is the
there is.
last time you had
They all moved
cornbread?
away. The
When
last
is the
time I had
last time you
cornbread?
had cornbread is my question.
Shit.
Motherfucker, because you live in
Like 2
California.
months ago? Like a month ago?
You
2 months
have
ago?
been
I go to Phoenix.
separated
I go
from
to
your
Phoenix's
black community.
Oceanside. Phoenix
See,
barbecue
all
is
these
good.
Cali blacks, all y'all Cali blacks, y'all been separated.
We've been eating Mexican
Y'all
food.
cut the
You're right.
umbilical cord. Y'all
We be
cut
eating
the
we be eating
umbilical
burritos
cord
and tacos.
back in the fucking 1930s. Y'all
Cause
ain't
that's all
black.
I eat. I ate a burrito today.
Cali blacks are
Eat
white.
burritos. Cali
Cali
blacks
blacks are
eat
white.
burritos.
You
We are
like
right
the
by Mexico.
burrito. You like the burrito better than cornbread.
That's not true. It's just that's what's
That is
accessible.
very true. Motherfucker,
and black
I
people
live
food
in
is actually
goddamn
more
Georgia.
will fuck
I'm
you up. It'll
telling
fuck
the
your
Cali
damn
blacks,
your body up
the
eating that shit
Cali
all the time.
blacks are not real black people.
There's a lot of
No.
Asians over there too.
Motherfucker,
Yeah, there is.
they marry the Asians.
Asian, Mexican, and white is like the
Everybody married
demographic.
Asian women. Come on now.
There's a little
Go
bit of
ahead,
black people who are like
Hey,
different groups
you
like
know the
Somali and stuff
closest
like that,
Cali
but
blacks get to
Asian,
cornbread.
Mexican, and white.
They eat a corn tortilla or two, and they call that shit cornbread.
Back, hold on.
Whose dog is
Corn
that?
tortillas, sir, are
My
not
dog's bugging.
cornbread.
I'm about to go get some food now. Y'all got me hungry as a motherfucker,
Motherfucker,
bro.
get some cornbread so you can sound black.
Hey man, shut your bitch ass up, nigga. You know I be eating cornbread, nigga. I ain't back home. You know what I'm saying? If I was back home, I'd be getting those type of plates all the time with aunties and everybody, nigga. I just don't
Oh,
be
by the way,
home.
Kansas isn't the South either.
No, Kansas is the Midwest, motherfucker. We right directly in the middle.
Yeah, motherfucker.
We the heart of
Motherfucker,
America.
eat your
Nigga.
barbecue, but y'all don't have cornbread either.
We have barbecue and cornbread. What are you talking about?
Nah. Cornbread can only be eaten in a place where it originated. Barbecue, yes. Cornbread,
You can eat barbecue.
no.
You can eat cornbread and cornbread.
Oh, that motherfucking cornbread. It's made with white corn, isn't it? You know, there's yellow corn
No,
and
in the
white
skillet.
corn.
We
When
make
you
it in
make
the
corn,
skillet,
have you
nigga.
ever made cornbread, son?
In a skillet, yes, motherfucker. What you know
Motherfucker, did
about
you
that?
use white corn? Did you use white corn when you made it?
No, yellow corn, nigga.
Yeah, motherfucker, you used white corn.
Don't tell me what I'll use, motherfucker. Plus, my grandma
I can't
was the
tell
shit in
you
the
what you
kitchen, nigga. She
did,
taught
but I can
everybody, my
guess.
aunties and everybody, nigga. They got all the
It
recipes.
was
nigga.
white corn, WHYTE corn. And y'all
All my
probably
aunties,
spelled the corn with
especially
a
my
K.
aunt Gina, nigga, she hooking it up, nigga. She know how to cook like better than everybody, nigga. Nigga, my aunt Gina, if my aunt Gina makes some motherfucking macaroni and cheese, you'll fall in love,
Motherfucker,
nigga.
y'all use white cheddar.
I think she used a couple of different types
Or
of
use
cheese.
white cheddar and white corn in your cornbread. It's
I
all
think she
white.
used a couple of different type of cheeses. I ain't gonna
You
hold you. She
motherfucker, you
hooking it up.
don't
I
know
don't eat
though.
cheese
You
though, but I
think,
know
but you
everybody
don't
love her
know.
macaroni and cheese. Her macaroni and cheese would be fire, nigga. I done seen
Oh,
it.
that is
If I ate
hey,
cheese, I would eat it, but I
Aries,
don't eat
that's
cheese.
actually pretty funny.
And that should be looking fire, like nigga.
You know
I
what?
be wanting
I
to eat
might
that shit.
go over to I see Ponder is on LG's show. I think I'm gonna go over to that panel.
Is LG live right now?
I'm sorry, what?
Is LG live right now?
No, LG's live right now. We're watching it on the screen.
Oh, it is. Oh, what's her channel?
Oh, look at you, Aries, you asshole.
What's
He
her
says,
channel? I'm about
I
to go over
always
there.
need a black woman to do my work. That is so not true, Aries.
Hey Stanley, send me the channel so I can see it. So I can go over there. I'm about to go over there.
Are you?
And I'll be back. Yeah.
No, I probably need to shut this mess down.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, send me the Wooty Wop so I can go over there real quick.
Oh, hold on.
What you putting in the back chat?
LG show. No, I'm gonna just drop it in the chat. Y'all can go over there. Go over and actually, I like LG. She's always been kind to me.
I'm gonna say what up, but I need to go eat, so I'm gonna just go say what's up to her real quick because I didn't know she was going live. But yeah,
Why? Because you don't subscribe to her channel?
I never did. I didn't know she even had a. I
Motherfucker,
knew she
now
had a
you
channel,
do.
kind of. Yeah.
Now you do.
All right, you put it in the chat.
There it is. And John, as usual, dude, you saved my ass all, dude. You are.
John always is right there by your side. He like Robin. You know,
John,
Batman and Robin. That's John. John is Robin.
Nah, I don't know about that.
He
He
be
saves
Robin.
me when I get into this, weird mood. Because now, you know what? I actually want to go fuck with Ponder. I just want to screw
I
with her,
like
man.
the way she talks. She's very.
Ponder's a goddamn idiot.
I just like the way
And
she
now
talks.
Republic.
I didn't say she was
Yeah, of
smart. I
course
just said
you
I like
like
the way
the
she
way
talks.
she talk. You know what? People like you, tough
She's
guy,
like a reporter. The way she got
okay,
that.
a motherfucker. Do you ever use a sentence? Do you ever use a period at the end of your sentences?
What are you talking
You
about?
like a woman like Ponder until she starts talking to you that way.
But she don't talk to me that way.
Yeah, because she doesn't talk to you. You like it until she. That's my whole premise. You like the way she talks until she talks to you that way.
Oh, you mean
That's
like Mo?
my whole premise. When she
Okay.
starts talking to you that way, you go slap her.
I wouldn't slap her, but
yeah, really, you wouldn't?
no, I'm
I
not a
bet you
slapper.
would.
I'm not a
I
slapper
bet you
guy.
would.
I'm not
Mhm.
a guy that slaps women.
Mm.
Yeah, that's not my.
If
I
you
don't.
say
If I
so.
gotta slap you, then I definitely need to stay way, way far away from you. That's not. Yeah, I'm good on that.
Manipulation hurts. Hey,
I know that there's some
manipulation
girls
hurts
that's
too.
into that shit, but I'm straight. I'm straight on that.
Words do damage too. Manipulation hurts too, tough guy.
I know, but that's why I'm truthful. See, because that's the whole thing is you can't come back and tell me I ain't say this and I ain't say that. I gave you a choice. See, and that's what women usually get, right? I think that's what women are afforded, a choice. That's my philosophy. You do not have to engage with me at all, but I'm going to give you a choice whether you want to or not.
Yeah, but it's the truth, and that's just who you are.
All right,
You
I'm about
stood
to
up
go
for
over there
me
and say
in
that.
times where I know people are just how the stuff I say, but you got it. You were like, well, no, look, there's another angle here, and so I think that's who you really are. But now I did want to comment on Imperious. Imperious, now listen.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Is John Galt still doing shows? Oh, well, tough guy. Is Galt still doing shows? Well, apparently he left too. All right, folks, this is the end, and I enjoyed it as usual. So tomorrow, round about 2 or 3 in the afternoon, we will do some news.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should
Crump.
own perhaps at least one half of this asset.
Smart,
The
street
revenues
friendly.
generated because of it.
Coors Light philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
big
I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's
Lincoln in his head, fear in his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put.
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I know